I'll try that again. I'll try that again. I'll try that again. Okay, I'll try it again. Let me know if you can hear an echo. I can't check at my end because I think that might be the problem. No echo that time. All right, cool. Okay. Well, you know me, guys. I'm not the most technically minded, and well, it wouldn't be a PAP live stream if there wasn't some kind of technical difficulties, would it? So, yeah. So let me take these off because I don't need them for the moment. Oh, my apologies for being late. Hit a wall this afternoon and needed to go get some more sleep. And if it had it not been for Lost Souls Paranormal phoning me, well, it must have been about 15 times. I think there was about 15 missed calls. Then the chances are I might not be here now. So thank you, Lost Souls Paranormal, for giving us a quick ring and waking me up. So how's everybody doing? I have put, excuse me, I have put the chat on subscribers only mode. Now that should negate some of the knobheads that come in here and start giving it all the big one. But obviously it won't negate them all. So we should have a better live stream than we had last week, although last week was quite amusing. I'm still waiting for the evidence that Josephine Public said that he had, but there we go. Hospital at 7:30 in the morning, Lucifer. Fucking sod that. Any appointments I ever get from anybody, I have to say to them, make it after midday. There's no fucking way in the world I can get it. So there we go. Hello, Josie. Hello, Mickey. Hello, Tina. Hello, Roger. Hello, gentlemen. Scott, nice to see you. Paul Essex, how you doing? RJ. Bumblebee, how are you? Hope you're okay. Warrior Wales. God, look. WTF, crafts and other stuff. See, all the hello, Danny Austin as well. Lucifer. So all the Rich. How you doing, Rich? I haven't seen you for a while. Ian as well, nice one. So we got full of names that we know, which is awesome. Full of names that we've seen before, which is great. Excellent. So let's move forward. Hello, Sonic. I'm going to actually, in fact, I'm going to do this now. So if anybody watches this later, they haven't got to watch, you know, half an hour of the live stream before they hear this. Hello, Psycho's Missus. Hi, Kaz. I'm doing okay. It's worn out all the time still, but I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Alf and Sue. Is Alf and Sue here? Hello, Alf and Sue. There's a few people we haven't seen for a while as well. Excellent. Jack Ablaze, nice to see you. Beaky Plinder. Right, anyway, going back to what I was saying before I got distracted by saying hello to everybody. I've decided one thing that I'm going to do once a month. Now, this isn't to, be horrible to anybody else or anything like that, but I set up the Patreon, and I'm going to contact the people that support me through Patreon and ask them to stop supporting me through Patreon. Because I'm going to close Patreon, like the Patreon page, I'm going to close that down. And I'll explain why. Even though with Patreon, they give a bit more than YouTube gives when you're a member of YouTube, you know, so, but it's not, again, it's not about money. You know, it helps, don't get me wrong, it helps to pay for any equipment that breaks or damages or I need to upgrade and stuff like that, but which is great, but it's not about that. For me, it's about the community, okay, on the channel. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is once a month is I'm going to have a members only live stream. So 3 weeks we'll have public live streams like today, and then once a month a members only live stream, okay, and that's for people who contribute to the channel. Again, that's not to be disrespectful to anybody else, which is why you're going to get 3 weeks of the month, but through Patreon, people that support through Patreon, it's impossible for me to let them onto a members only live stream because YouTube won't allow it. You can only allow YouTube members into a members only live stream. Plus the levels within the YouTube membership are lower than they are on the Patreon, which means if anybody's supporting me through Patreon, you can close that down and come and support me through the channel, and you can change the amount that you support me with, and you can make it slightly lower if you want to, which is absolutely fine. But it's just to, you know, it's to give back to the people that support the channel, just to have a private, which won't be online. It won't be an uploaded video. It'll be a private video live stream, just the channel members and myself, okay, and within those channel member live streams as well, due to the fact that those people are supporting the channel financially, I'm going to start doing some, not every month, but I'm going to start doing some small giveaways in those live streams as a thank you to the people that support the channel. Now, I get you all support the channel. Don't get me wrong, I fully get that and I fully appreciate that. Liking, sharing, you know, being a subscriber, commenting, it all helps to support the channel. It's just that because some people are going out of their way and chucking a couple of quid towards the channel to help the running costs of it, I want to make sure that I give something back to them specifically. For you guys, I will start doing some more giveaways on the main live streams. Excuse me, I will start doing some more giveaways on the main live streams, which I haven't done for quite a while. That will be less frequent, but it will still be something that we hold on the 3 out of 3 weekends out of a month. It'll still be something that we do for the people who aren't in a situation to be able to chuck a couple of quid this way. So again, it's not about the money. It's not, as I say, that does help. It does help me with the running costs if anything breaks or I need to upgrade anything. But again, please remember that your support, just by being a subscriber, helps massively. Sharing the videos, again, helps massively. And being part of the community by commenting, again, that does help. But I just wanted to give you an update on that idea that I'm going to start doing Probably from, what's the date today? It's the 24th. So probably from next, well, it will be, no, not probably, it will be from next month. One of the live streams next month will be a private members only one. So I don't know which day it's going to be or which weekend it's going to be, but I will let people know via a community page post. So that way, if you're waiting for a live stream one weekend and we don't come on, then obviously you can check that and see whether it's due to private members only live stream. So thank you for listening to that. The wise old tranny, how you doing? What else we got going on here? I've missed a few. Pap will not appear naked on the private live streams. He might do, Mr. Nobody. Pap might appear naked on the private live streams. They're going to be private. YouTube won't, you know, they're not going up to YouTube, so YouTube won't get to kick me off for seeing my winkle. So right, for some reason I seem very low on this camera, so let me just straighten this camera up if I can. That's a bit better. Well, that's a bit better. I did not see Alex Belfield's with David Chick video, no. I don't follow Alex Belfield, so I don't get the notifications. I just normally, if I see, if one of his videos pops up in my landing page, my YouTube landing page, then I might, depending on the name of the video, but other than that, I don't really bother. I have tried some of the webcams. Lucifer, yes, I have. In fact, the other week I had 4 cameras. My crappy camera, my crappy Logitech camera that didn't want to stay in focus, the camera that Roger gave me, and the camera that you gave me. And I had them on different scenes and I did flip between them, but then after a while it went fuck off and didn't want to work anymore. So I do need to sort out this computer again, because I sort it out and then a few months later I've added more things to it and some things don't tend to work and it's a bit of a nightmare. I mean, bear in mind, I've got a 6-port USB extension which plugs into one USB socket. Now, if you think about it, if you've got the camera, so I've got all the cameras that run through that. So I've got 1, 2, 3. So I have 4 cameras that run through that itself, which means that the power that it takes normally to run one is being shared between 4, which means it doesn't particularly like it. So I do need at some point to get that sorted out, which will probably be hopefully sooner than later, because I want to move everything into the other room at some point. But again, that's unfortunate. As who's just said it? Someone's just said something there about moving in the other room. When you move in rooms, yeah, Lucifer. Again, that's something that is going to take some time, because since, sounds like excuses, but since the strokes, it's more, it wipes me out. So just literally probably moving the 3 monitors will wipe me out for the day. So it's going to take some time. But you know, obviously I'm here on my own. I have to do everything on my own, apart from the help that some of you guys give me, of course, over chat and things like that. But generally I have to do the lot on my own, and since the strokes, it just absolutely wipes, especially moving this desk. I mean, this desk weighs an absolute ton. So yeah, so there we are. Hello, I'm a swinger. How you doing, Margaret? Nathan, how you doing? Ian, I actually use Ethernet now. I changed to Ethernet a good few months ago. I've not dropped off yet since I've been using the Ethernet, but it's mainly that it's the computer more than anything else. It's the computer that needs to be dealt with. Yeah, crafts. The water mains burst not far from here. Initially, I didn't notice any difference, but I suppose what I was seeing was the water that was left in the pipes. So I obviously didn't see that there was, no water. But then yesterday, late yesterday and today, it's been playing up. But apparently, it's going to be back up by 10 o'clock tonight. But yeah, going a few days without water is not good. What's this? What are your views on the story? Paedophiles should not face jail for looking at pornographic images of children. Because I'll tell you what, Des, there is no training or a course that you can put a pedo on that is going to fix them. Yeah, there isn't. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to fix somebody with those tendencies. What they're suggesting is giving somebody an order, i.e. Sexual harm prevention order, where the police will go and check their home for devices, which we already know many of them are able to get hold of extra devices anyway. It's down to them to tell the police whether, what all of their usernames online, and if they fail to tell the police a username online. Smudge. Right. Just making sure he's gone to his, just making sure he hasn't brought a rat, a mouse, or a bird in. But I think anybody that looks at those kind of images, okay, now don't get me wrong, I get, right? I mean, I've never had it happen to me, by the way, but I understand that sometimes you receive emails, okay, from, blag emails. Some people might click on a link in an email that takes you through to a website, okay, or download something onto your computer. And I understand that happens, not very often, but it does happen. But an investigation, a forensic investigation of a computer should show whether or not that's been downloaded from a website and all that kind of stuff, okay, which will identify whether the person is a threat. If somebody has stores of hordes of images and videos on their computer or on any kind of device, then they are doing that because there is something wrong with them, okay? Just because they haven't been caught doing something to children, okay, doesn't mean that they haven't done something to children, and doesn't mean that they won't do something to children, right? I mean, yeah, I've got nothing wrong with making them swing, to be honest. If it's obvious that they've done something to a child, okay. I despise them all. Okay, I do despise them all, but I believe that it's not necessarily a choice. Okay, and some of you might disagree with me. I believe it's not necessarily a choice that they make. I think some people are wired wrong. And it's like anybody that's wired wrong. They might do something without realizing the severity of it. That doesn't take away from the fact that they need punishment. Don't get me wrong, because I still think that they are dangerous and that they need to be dealt with. But stringing people up, for example, for having the images would probably be a bit extreme. Stringing people up for doing something to children, absolutely, I'm all behind that. Absolutely. But I think anybody that has, even if they've just got those files on their computer or their phone, that alone makes them a threat. That makes them a threat to people, because they start small, and it's like any offence. It's like a psychopath might start off by I don't know, by killing some small animals, and then then it moves on to killing a neighbour's cat or a neighbour's dog, and then it moves on to killing, other things, and their crimes progress. Do you know what I mean? The level of their crime progresses until they think that they're ready to kill somebody, and then they'll go and do somebody in. And I think it's exactly the same with pedos. They've got to start somewhere. Okay, so they get their buzz off of looking at the pictures and videos, and eventually they will go and do something to a child. So they need to be dealt with. And I think jail. I think people that do touch children should be swinging. The people that maybe haven't touched children yet need to go to jail. They need to have the fucking shit frightened out of them by the rest of the, inmates. Because I'll tell you something, if I'd done something wrong, not like that, because I wouldn't do fucking hell. If I went and robbed something, if I went and robbed an old woman, for example, and I went into prison, right, I'd be scared to tell people, number one, because I think, shit, they might think, it could have been their gran and I'm going to get a fucking beating, and I'd be shitting my pants the entire time I was in there in case I got shanked. And I think that should be exactly the same for a pedo. But anyway, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Crafts. One of that live stream he done. I called him out on it on one of his videos. I said to him, "Look, why are you deleting your live streams? You're slagging me off. Why are you deleting your live streams? Be a man, leave them up. Do you know what I mean? Let me know what you've got to say about me. I don't delete any videos that I put up, even the live streams. Everything stays up." I want to thank everybody as well that sends me links to stories that I might not have seen yet. Just to let you know, if when I do my stories each day, I do my reports. What tends to happen is I will search for, I'll search on the police's misconduct pages, and I do search the mainstream media to see if there's anything that's cropped up in there. And then what I do is, rather than just take the narrative directly from the report, I'll phone up the places where they say that they've been in touch with, or I'll email them, and I'll get the information directly from them to make sure that, from the places where the sources that the papers say that they've used, and try and get the information that way as well. So that the information I'm giving you, I know is I've heard from the horse's mouth in 90% of cases. A lot of people will send me links to stories that they've come across, perhaps in the local rag. Because as we've said before, one of the problems is the reports about some police, and not just police, but teachers and councillors and government officials and all the rest of it. Some of them are kept in local rags rather than in national rags. So people around the rest of the country don't get to hear about it. And that's where I like to come in and try and put as many of those stories into one place as possible, so people can hear about stories across the country, rather than just their local ones, or listening to the mainstream media and missing a lot of reports because they won't report on it. But I want to thank everybody that does send me links. Again, if you do have links to send me, the best place to send them is to my email, rather than anywhere else, because that is the place that I search or look for the most, because that's where I get most of the requests or the links from people. So I do my normal searches online, and then I look at my emails. If I've received an email before I find a story myself, then I'll credit that story to the person who sent me the link in the email, which is why you'll find at the top of my descriptions, it always says credit Charles Shook One, whatever name it might be. That's why I always put that there, because it means that they have sent me a link to a story before I found that story myself. So that's why there's always a credit on there as well. But again, I just want to thank everybody who does support the endeavours of this channel in that way. No, Jack Ablaze, I'm still waiting for evidence. Taking a bit of time, like, isn't it? Eh? Considering he was on the phone to what, 2 or 4, 11 people. And he still hasn't come up with any evidence yet. Hello, Blaggers. How you doing, sunshine? Hashtag 11 neck punch. That's it. That's right. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, it's madness, isn't it? Life is utter madness at the moment. Rang the doctor and told her about my blood pressure. Then I told her to fuck off. Maybe I should have mentioned my anger problem first. Welcome, Aaron. If I do that, now your name will appear across the top, Aaron. Thank you. Hiya, Lisa. Yeah, still alive, just about. Just about. I will be opening the lines in I'm going to give it another 9 minutes. I'll open the lines up, and we'll take it from there. Yes, that's right, Josie. You said it earlier, didn't you? Joe Public needs to call himself Joe Private, seeing as he's got a criminal behaviour order that stops him from taking photos in public. So maybe we should all call him Joe Private from now. Burger Van Man, how you doing? We'll have a double cheeseburger, please, with bacon. Bet he's watching. Yeah, I bet he is as well somewhere. And I bet he's not the only one. Bet he's not the only one. How are we doing with like 61 likes, 111 concurrent viewers? God, that's not right. 107 concurrent viewers. Come on, guys. Get on that like. 62 likes. Thank you. Get on that like button. If you don't mind, that helps as well massively. Oh. I've got some vapes with me today as well as some cigarettes. So you'll see me flipping between the two. Oh, quite nice, that one. Cotton candy ice. It's actually quite nice. And cola, which is very nice as well. Opinion on Callum's Corner. I don't know what Callum's Corner is, Colorado State Senator Stephen Armstrong. I've no idea what that means, I'm afraid. Oh, I know, wise old tranny. I've not given up smoking yet. I'm trying. I am trying. Last, not last week, week before, I actually cut down loads when I first got on the vapes, but now I seem to be picking up on the normal cigarettes, you know, as well as using the vapes now, which is not good. Which is not good. What's happened to civil disobedience? Well, as far as I know, he's going to be back. The last time I spoke to him, he was going to be back. He's just got to wait a little while and deal with a few bits. And I know I've been saying that for ages, but obviously it's not my position to explain to people what Jamie's been doing. So I have to let him do that. So all I can do is say that I've spoken to him. He is okay. He has told me that he'll be back at some point, but I don't know when that'll be. Hopefully, I'll get him on here. Hopefully, he'll come back, and on the week before he comes back, I'll get him on here on the live stream. Just had a brew, had a homemade, I made it, strawberry and peach pie with ice cream. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds really nice. You don't live local, do you, Joanne or Joanna? I could. I'll give that a crack. My thoughts on the Met being put in the special measures. I think the entire police as a whole need to be looked at again. You know, the putting certain ones into special measures. I don't think that I don't. Look, while they're concentrating on that, one of the others is going to start going to shit. And I think they need to start from the bottom, from the ground up, and they need to go through all of them and rebuild the system. In my opinion, it doesn't work. They talk about 20,000. Sorry, they talk about a 20-year high in crimes, but yet the Metropolitan Police, only 3 out of every 10 police officers made an arrest I think it was last year. 3 out of every 10 made an arrest last year, and 7% of 35,000 Met coppers arrested more than 5 people. That is absolutely shocking figures. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to turn around and say, I mean, they've already said it, and we'll be talking about this in the report tomorrow. They're already saying, oh, well, it's because not all of our coppers do arrest. They work in specialist teams. It's only a small fraction of police constables who are on the front line that are doing making arrests. Well, get the fucking idiots off of the computer, out of the office, okay, and get their asses onto the streets and get them all on the front line. Yeah, get more of them on the front line instead of getting them sitting in offices looking at Twitter feeds and chasing people down because they called somebody a man and they believe they're a woman. I mean, what you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous. Police can walk, absolutely. Listen, give them all electric bikes. I don't care. Give them all electric bikes and a couple of extra batteries in their backpack and send them off on their way. What I say, don't need to worry about the cars then. Get them on fucking push bikes, electric push bikes. They are all too fat, Lucifer. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm one to talk. Do you know what I mean? I'm a fat bastard. But the fact of the matter is, instead of paying 30, 40, 50,000 pounds or more for a car and then having it kitted out, give them all fucking push bikes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, have a few that are on vehicle response. You don't need as many as you know, as many vehicles as they try and run. Have a few on vehicle response, okay, but you can give the majority of them push bikes. Yeah, give them an area to work. That is their area. Okay, there's a push bike. Go and patrol your area. Job done. Great Awakening team, how you doing? Nice to see you. Yes, you're right, Roger. They've been told, but again, it's guidance. This is the issue. Okay, this is why words are so important when it comes to the police. When they tell, as you know, I'm not teaching you to suck eggs, but when they go, oh yeah, it's just guidance. Well, stop making it guidance and start giving orders to the people. The people at the top need to start saying, it's not guidance. This is policy. Okay, this is policy to stop chasing people online over stupid little things. This is policy to stop getting involved in an argument just because one person doesn't agree with what another person said. Get involved when it turns violent. Get involved when fisticuffs appear. Do you know what I mean? But just because somebody's called somebody a twat or a puff or whatever, do you know what I mean? There's no reason for the police to be getting involved in that kind of stuff. Yeah, grow up, grow a spine, get a backbone, move on with your life. But you're right. They can't follow guidance. They can't follow the law. They can't follow anything that they're given. I mean, look at the guidance that the National Police Chief Council, or ACPO, gave out years ago, 2010, about photography in public. Well, that's been around 20 years, and they still cannot abide by it, and most of them have never even heard of it. Absolute fucking crazy. Hi, Brian. Right. So what I'm going to do is going to get the phones open for a short while. I've not done any work for tomorrow's video, so this won't be a majorly late one tonight. I cannot physically afford to make this an emotional. Hang on, to make this a long one. I know somebody's ringing. Haven't given me a chance to. Hang on, caller. Right, sorry about that. Give me a chance. Wait until the banner's on the screen. Wait till the banner runs down here that says "Give us a ring." But I will open a panel up later. Yes, Roger. As I say, it won't be. It's not going to be a late one tonight. I'm going to do hour and a half each ish. Maybe 2 hours. We'll see how it goes. But I can't do anything. I can't be up later than sort of half 12, 1 o'clock. So yeah. So anyway, make my ears all sweaty now. All right. So there we go. You want to give us a ring? 0151 528 9590. If you're on Skype already, you can search Dan Pap and it will show my logo. Give us a shout on that. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening, Dan.
Hello.
It's the wise old tranny.
How are you?
I'm sober this week, so yes. I had tried to get through, and last week I actually managed to get through, but I was pissed. So don't actually recall much of what was saying. So I'll apologise for that right off the mark.
No worries. No worries. I don't think you're the. I've got to be honest. I don't think you're the only one that's phoned up being drunk. So I wouldn't worry too much.
It's just because I'd kept trying to get through, and it always went, bottom the slates kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, when I finally got through, I was just like, yes, I want to watch. I'm through. Good evening, hello. And then thought, right, that wasn't very well planned out. Anyway. Plus, there wasn't exactly a lot of input from the chat everybody was just chatting amongst themselves about nonsense, and I had been trying to sort of rope them into the.
Oh, they tend to do that. Every now and again. I'll look at the comments, rather than getting involved in what we're talking about. They're talking to themselves about something else. But it's like being in a pub. In it, you got some people that are listening to you. You get the rest of people getting on with their own thing, and they might hear something that piques their interest, and then they'll start listening and getting involved. But I just like the fact that I've given people a place to go where they've got some friends that they don't, they might never see the person, but they've got a place they can come and chat to them and, have a laugh and all the rest of it. And
well, that's the thing about chat rooms, and you get different opinions, and people feel walks of life, all joining in. So there's usually something for everybody in them.
Yeah,
it's one of the benefits of having the chat window running. So the whole hearty words thing came up there about 10 minutes ago again.
Yes.
And I know I touched on that last week, but like I say, I was a bit all over the place because I was a wee bit one over the eight. But I've never really given two monkeys about the hearty words things, you know what I mean? I'm big enough and ugly enough to put up with that sort of shit. The problem is, I live in one of the steel or former steel communities in Scotland. Sonic will probably know where I'm talking about, because I say, like, within spitting distance of the old Ravenscraig, where Ravenscraig steel mill was.
Right.
So it's one of the places where men are men and sheep are nervous. Right, and if you are smoking 20 Woodbine and going curling, on a frozen pond in the winter and all that kind of carry on, you sort of don't meet the mark. You know what I mean? The idea is scoot after work, get pissed, knock hell at your best pal, and come back home and tell everybody about it at work the next day. So. Yes, and it's also a place where for 4 years in a row we had a murder every single year.
Right. Say that again. Say that word again.
Which one? Murder.
That's the one. So you know.
Ironically, if you ever watched Taggart, I used to stay right on the corner where the intro for Taggart was shot. They're coming up from Dumbarton, from Byers Road. They're coming up at a hill.
Yeah.
One of the old intros. The police cars come towards the camera and then they turn the corner. Well, my house was on the right hand corner there. That was the corner.
Oh wow. Okay.
I used to live in Partick, right where that was filmed. Anyway, that's a lot of shit. That's not anything. So I lived in a sort of one of these wee working men's kind of places, and do you know that the biggest problem where I lived was the actual police, no the locals. You get used to the locals, you get used to the Neds, you get used to dealing with that, and that kind of limited, capacity to deal with anything that's unusual. I know that I mentioned this. I had said something about I'd went and put in a subject access request to get all the data held on me.
Yes.
The Police National Computer and the Police National Database. So that was the two different systems.
Yeah.
And as I said, they had a thing in it saying I was, they classed me as a sexual deviant.
That's right. I remember you saying, yeah.
Hi. Now,
nothing wrong with that, though.
well, yeah, that's hi. Mm-hmm. The thing was, of course, that was very subjective. That was their opinion.
Of course.
That was just whatever copper had actually entered that into the system. That was his opinion, and it was because I'd been arrested. Obviously, as far as they're concerned, this is why they subjects, isn't it? Everybody's got their own opinion on it. You're born a man. You're a man forever. That and. Each to their own, everybody's entitled to their opinion. But when it comes to government bodies and police and stuff like that, you expect a wee bit more sort of, not so much a liberal approach, but a more pragmatic approach to the situation.
Well, they need to be more
So,
respectful.
well, aye. I was arrested and charged with breach of peace and told, do you think we're going to effing let you effing walk about dressed like that?
Right.
So that was where that whole thing came from, because I don't think I actually explained it when I was
Well, you
talking.
didn't mention that part. I mean, I think you know from watching the channel where I stand on the whole LGBT stuff, right? I don't care what people want to do with their life or how they want to live their life. That is entirely down to them, and I respect them for doing it. Do you know what I mean? It can't be difficult, and I respect them for having the courage in many cases to live the way that they want to live. The only problems I have is when I feel that it's then forced upon us that we have to use certain terms. We have to, you know, deal with people in certain ways when we should all be dealt with the same way. I'll be respectful. If I, you know, I've worked with gay people. I don't think I've ever worked with a trans person, but I've worked with gay people, men and women, and you know, we as long as you as long as you can respect each other and get on with your work, then there's no issues. I mean, one of them was a hairdresser. He used to keep grabbing my arse all the time when I was in the office, and it got to the point where we used to, you know, we'd swear at each other and call each other names, you know, jest through jest. Like he'd come up, sneak up behind me, grab my arse, and I'd go, "Oh, get lost, your shirt lifting tosser," and all this stuff, right? But we would laugh about it, and then he'd turn around to me and tell me that I'm, you know, that I'm a closet homo and all this kind of stuff. You know, it doesn't offend me. It, you know, I'd laugh at it the same as I do with most people that slag me off online. I'd laugh at them because it's just words, and you know, some people will say it not necessarily out of despising your choices, but because you as a person, not you by the way, but you as a person have pissed them off. You know, so in most cases, it's not about who you are or what you are. It's not about what you are. It's more about who you are.
They say that you know, class exists. You know, I mean, regardless of what anyone says, your background and where you live, like whether you live in a townhouse in London or whether you live in a council estate in Essex, you know what I mean, or Manchester, you know, or Salford, Birmingham, wherever it happens to be, Glasgow, in the Gorbals or South Side, East House, which is the East End. It's a notoriously rough part of Glasgow. Where you come from and the way you're brought up and who you're brought up with, you know, whether you've got siblings, whether you've got brothers and sisters and age and everything else, it all has an effect on shaping your outlook on the world and your use of vocabulary. So I say, oh, here, listen, you, away you and go and take a run and to yourself. You know, that's just banter to a lot of people. Like, here you know, blooming, as you say, shirtless, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But then other people take offence at that.
Yeah.
Now, that's my point about the hurty word thing. Now, I don't care about that unless there is intent behind the words. The words are being used as weapons. The words are being used to engender a reaction or to create a situation. And that's where I found myself. You know, you're getting shouted, oh, you know, they would shout like poof or whatever. Which I ignored because number one, I'm no. So that was like, aye, right, wrong, try again, pick something else. Then it would be tranny and all that kind of shit. But then if you just ignored them, that seemed to piss them off even more, and then you would get cornered or surrounded. And therein is where the problem came from. It was when I started, this is, as I said, repeating myself, but that's what drew me to your channel, exposing the police when they catastrophically F up. Because I would report being attacked. I mean, I've got a scar that runs from about 3/4 of the way up my nose, right up onto my forehead. Very, very noticeable. Where I was hit with a gantry bottle. It burst me open right onto the bone. I reported it to police. I sat there in a pool of blood bleeding for a good hour and 25 minutes before 2 police officers casually drove past, and then there was the big panic stations and ambulances getting radioed and everything else.
Yeah.
I was also shot that night, actually. So I was shot and cursed with a bottle. So, yeah, hurty words really don't give a toss about it. But it's when that was where comments like, you know, if you weren't a sexual deviant, this wouldn't happen to you.
Yeah,
if you didn't dress like that, this wouldn't happen to you. Yeah, but it shouldn't effing happen to me whether I'm dressed like this or not.
No,
you know
it
what
shouldn't
I mean?
be happening to anybody, and that's you know again, this,
yes,
you know,
right.
the police are trying to make you the reason that something's happened to you, and crime doesn't generally happen to people because of their own fault.
Right now,
So
when I stamped my feet and made a noise about that, and this was something else that I had spoken about. You've mentioned it yourself numerous times. When you don't roll over, kowtow, and do exactly what the cop says as soon as he says the whole "you shall respect my authority" thing,
yeah,
you become the enemy. There's an adversarial situation established, and it's his bruised ego that then triggers him looking for something to do you with, looking for something to arrest you with and nail you with, because you've upset his feelings.
Yeah.
And I just seem to have I don't know, I don't want to be swearing, but I think I have a fucking Olympic gold medal at peeing the math. So they would, I don't want to rant on for hours either, but you know, things like getting lifted on a Friday night so that they can keep you over a weekend on a guffed up charge. It's a lot of nonsense, but it's enough to hold you over the weekend. But then they fire you into a cell with 3 drunk guys because they think that's a laugh. That's going to be dead funny, isn't it?
Yeah. So again, I just really believe that people should be treated differently. But again, there is safety, duty of care elements that the police must always follow, which they tend to ignore a lot of the time. And there would be a duty of care. I mean, for example, somebody's just put in the comments, is it wrong for a man to wear a dress asking for a friend? And I know that's trying to incite a reaction, but to me, there isn't. To me, I don't care if my next door neighbour wants to wear his missus' dresses and go to the shop. I couldn't give 2 shits. Do you know what I mean? It's entirely down to him. And I'd still talk to him. Do you know what I mean? I've got nothing against the guy. He's a decent enough fella. So I've got nothing against him whatsoever. So if somebody wants to do that, then all power to him. But to use that as a way, you know, and as you say, in your situation, to put you into a cell with 2 pissed up blokes, and I don't just mean wearing a dress, I mean if you are, you know, if you fully sort of dress like a woman with a makeup and a hair and everything else is what I mean. If you're in that situation, then to put you into a cell with two blokes does, in my opinion, defeat the object of this duty of care. And that for me is where the police fail in most cases. It's this whole duty of care thing towards people.
Yeah, I mean, it was a case where, right, so is it wrong for a guy to wear a dress asking for a friend? I don't know, commenter. I don't want to comment on that. Me, I don't have meat and 2 veg.
Right.
So there ain't none of that going on down there. So yeah, if you still think of me as a guy, fine, thanks, big up you, but I don't see myself that way. And gender recognition certificate and all that jazz doesn't look at it like that either, which brings me now back onto the stuck in a cell with 3 fellas. You've obviously got the old porcelain telephone in the corner of the ballroom, as they used to call that particular cell. It was like in the corner, and it was a big cell that could accommodate, I think it was designed to maybe have 6 people in it. So they fired me in the ballroom with some old guy that was probably lifted for vagrancy or drunk and disorderly or something. He was snoring like nobody's business. and two other guys that were chatting away amongst themselves, and were 7 sheets to the wind. And never really paid any attention to me. I just went in, sort of sat in the corner, kept at the road. The problem was I couldn't use the toilet.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm like sitting there, waiting till these guys had fell asleep, all of them, and then trying to like make sure they're asleep before I could even use the bloody toilet.
Right.
And it was done deliberately.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course it is. As I say, there's a duty of care failure. There's the fact that the police want to teach people a lesson all the time. They go out, they arrest somebody that might have said, "I've shagged your mum," and then because of that, they're going to teach you a lesson, and they infringe on as many rights as they can, whilst trying to teach you that lesson. I mean, I've got a story tomorrow about a guy who got caught filming the police doing a stop and search, and they tried to give him restrictions which I believe only a court should give. They gave him a community protection notice, which is a bit like a criminal behavioural order, to not enter the entire borough of a certain place, not to be within 20 metres of a bus stop or a train station. Basically put these restrictions on him, which I believe only a court can do, just because they didn't like the fact that he films them. So thankfully that's been overturned now. But again, this is what the police do. They will push. They will they will infringe your rights. Okay, without going to a court, because they know that they can get away with it with these criminal behaviour orders, bail conditions, and all that kind of stuff. And most people will just accept it, and it's just going back to your situation. And we're going to have to wrap this up in a couple of minutes, I'm afraid, because I want to try and keep the calls to about 20 minutes long.
No problem.
But going back to your situation again, they use what they can to try and teach you a lesson. Okay, they infringe people's rights. Okay, you have the right to be safe. You have the right to privacy. Yes, when you're arrested, you do lose some of those rights. For example, you temporarily lose your right to free travel and all the rest of it because you've been nicked. But there are other rights that should always remain intact, regardless of what you've done. And the police think that they can get away with doing whatever they want, pissing all over everybody's human rights, basic rights. Because it's them that are in charge of doing it. Now, if it was, if somebody had been arrested for rape, for example, then fine. They might be guilty. Therefore, you need to protect the victim. So you give them conditions not to go near that person.
Yeah.
If somebody's been arrested for drunk and disorderly, or incapable, I think it is in Scotland, or filming something in public, and the police turn around and say, right, we're going to stop you from going for a drink. You're not allowed to go for a drink. You're not allowed in town because, you got caught being drunk and disorderly, or you're not allowed to go anywhere near a certain place because you got caught filming somebody. That is taking away your fundamental rights for their own benefit, not for anybody else's benefit, not for the benefit of the public, but for the police's benefit. And stuff like that needs to go to a court for a judge to rule on, rather than the police making that shit up themselves.
Yeah, I agree. Especially for something like filming, especially when it's a public government body, the police themselves, that he was filming. It's not as if he was filming into a children's school or doing something subversive. He was filming these public servants doing their job. And if they were doing their job to a suitable standard and without any anything untoward or underhand going on, then they should have nothing to fear about being filmed.
Yeah, that's it.
Because they're not doing anything. They're doing nothing wrong. It's when they trump up public order offences. Everybody talks about a minor conviction or something, a summary conviction that's not really very important, like a motoring offence or something. The problem is, each one of those is like a brick. If you come across a brick line in the path, you go around it, you step over it. 5 bricks, that's a bit more of an obstacle. 20 bricks, 30 bricks. Well, soon you've got a wall, and it becomes difficult, if not impossible, to get past. And that's basically what they do. They peck away at you with silly little things. Oh, look, there's that mad tranny that we lifted. Remember such and such? No, I've no met them. Oh, well, come on, come with me and I'll introduce you to this. This is this is going to be a laugh, and they'll pull you.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Why are you going? When are you going? Well, it's not really any of your business. Who are you talking to? We're the post. I'm making it my business.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And it eventually culminated in me getting a conviction that sent me to prison. And after all my years of uni, studying to be a doctor, that was it. All up in the slates, life wasted. Unfit person to hold the office. So,
absolute arseholes, a lot of them. Just don't care about people's lives that they ruin. Don't get me wrong, I know criminals ruin people's lives, but they are ruining lives of people that aren't criminals just because they can.
I have 7 convictions. If my go back, my whole disclosure thing, I have 7 convictions and maybe 5 or 6 motor offences on top of that, stupid things.
Yeah.
But they are all for breach of the peace, resisting arrest, police assault, and stuff like that, where I always seem to lash out and punch and kick.
Right.
And struggle violently when you're being arrested for something that you've not done in the first place. Oh, look, you, possession of an offensive face, we're lifting you, but I've not done nothing. Oh, we'll be the judge of that. We'll decide.
Yeah.
So the whole judge dread, we are the law. Anyway, Dan, I'll let someone else get on.
No worries. Thank you for calling. Scott, try ringing now, Scott. Sorry, Lisa. Scott, try ringing now, and I'll just keep it ringing. I will get it. Just don't hang up.
Right. And I'll away and leave you to it and talk about another murder. And I'll probably phone in the next live one as well. Okay, have a good one.
No worries.
Bye-bye.
Speak to you soon. Bye. Bye. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? What's going on? Right, there we go. There he is. Hello, Mr. Horn.
Let me get out. Thanks for that, Dan. I've been trucking to get out of the shop and to get out of the block of flats.
Oh, no worries. I thought I'd get your call because you said you was waiting before you to walk up the shop.
That's it. I
didn't want to leave it too late and the shop get closed or any of that stuff.
I know, because you're such a popular man now, Dan, on the old YouTube fraternity of brothers and sisters that now you have to literally book in your slot. Right, I hope you're well, Dan. You're looking well, and much love to all my brothers and sisters, good brothers and sisters in the side chat. Dan, I got to just let off a little bit of steam.
Right.
I spoke to you, wonderful brothers and sisters, on Sunday last week, and if you remember, I was in a good place, Dan. Well, in a better place than what I was.
Yeah, you sounded a lot better last week. Yeah,
sounded a lot better. I was a lot more positive, a lot more driven than I have been the last few months, years. Anyway, so come off the feed very happy. Continue to watch the rest of the programme as I always do. And Monday comes. So I've, as you know, Universal Credit have got me in a lot of trouble. And I've got my constituency involved in that who are absolutely tremendous. Holly, Sam, West Street, and everyone there that has been dealing with this Universal Credit situation has been nothing but excellent and professional, which on today's earthly realm is a very hard thing to find, Dan. People that work in false positions of power that want to do their job professionally. Very, very hard to find them sort of people. But they've really gone above and beyond, and they've literally got ICE involved now. So ICE are going to be looking at what this Universal Credit Agents have said and done, which is that they're backdating my money, but they've now come in and not backdating it. So it's all basically being looked into. So anyway, last week before your Sunday feed, I should have got a phone call from a case manager. Now, I've been told for 6 months that I'm going to get a call. 6 months has been and gone, Dan. I ain't had no phone call.
Right.
So while I'm bent up like a wire coat hanger, all stressed out with a Swedensville and a Western Supermare, self-harming, suicidal, waiting for case managers, I've got to be constantly ringing these dozy, soulless people.
Yeah.
And it's, of course, it exasperates me, Dan. It exasperates me. I have me down days like I had months ago when you guys were absolutely legendary. Danny Austin, Molly, Holly, every one of you. You know, you really picked me up as well as my brothers and sisters that I've known for 10 and 20 years. And then these bastards, this is the only words I can use for them, they want to pull you back down again. So, of course, I've had to be on the phone on the Monday after your feed because the case manager didn't ring me, as he hasn't, for 6 months. 6 months, Dan, I've been ringing me for a case manager. You wouldn't leave a broken toaster or a broken kettle in your kitchen for 6 months, but you'll leave a man that committed an attempted suicide a year ago, you know, that's not getting paid correctly, that's getting in debt, that's now finally getting paid correctly since May, but it took them 5 months before they sorted it out, so I've got 5 months of debt wrapped around me that I can't get out of, and that's causing me massive stress, as well as I'm sure anyone can appreciate that's been put into debt through their own fault or not their own fault. So Monday, I'm on the phone. These people are being rude, again, normal, excuse the language. They're exasperating me, fragile health, Dad. I'm back in the mirror, I'm self-harming the wound again. So I'm telling them while I'm on the phone, I said, look, I said, 6 months this has been, not 6 hours, not 6 weeks, not 6 days. It's been 6 months you've been making promises to call me back. I said, now document my journal and make sure you document it correctly. It's because of your ignorance and your unprofessionalism that I'm now self-harming. So down goes the phone. They won't document my journal. I rings back again. I speaks to Gerda. Gerda I'm speaking to while I'm now in the bathroom mirror, and I'm attacking myself down.
Right.
And I can't stop, and I'm getting all stressed, and I'm saying, please, can you get someone to ring me with regards to the underpayments, with regards to the fact that you told me you was going to get my money sorted out, so on and so forth, words to this effect I'm having with this Gerda. He then puts the phone down. No reason to. I've not been rude. I've not effed and jeffed. I'm just explaining cordially, calmly, especially after 6 months, I should have been ranting and raving at the fact that they caused my self-harm.
Yeah.
And I'm scarred for life, more than likely. So then I have to ring back again, because they've put the phone down now for a second time, and I'll ring them up, and I say to Yvonne, I said, look, please, can you please tell me why you're promising me case managers are going to call me at such and such a time, 6 o'clock on such and such a day, Friday of last week. I said, it's not happened again. I said, and now, unfortunately for me, and I was having a better week last week, and I sort of made reference to our conversation. I think I sort of had a week had gone and how I was trying to, pull myself together. This, you couldn't make it up, mate. This inbred, this absolute disgusting fallen sister, she's screaming, it's happening, can't take the call, I can't take the call. I went, do you want to calm down? I'm self-harming my forehead while I'm laying on my bed, sister. I said, it's nothing to panic about. I said, it's something that I'm doing regularly now because, unfortunately for me, it's my go-to place when things are not going well.
Yeah.
So debt, stress, money, bills, everything, I'm in the mirror. Little boat. So she wouldn't stop hyperventilating and hyping on, and she ended up putting it down, right? So now I'm just, I've got my head in the hands, I've got a Mr. Magoo haircut going on. I'm pulling, the rubbing of the hair backwards and I mean, you wouldn't know, Dan, you ain't got no hair. But you know what I mean, my good brother Dan. I'm rubbing the hair backwards and forwards. I've got a proper epic Swedensville. I just want all this to go away. I mean, the debt, the headache, the underpayments, I want it all just fucking over. Like, it's made me ill, for God's sake. So, next minute, phone's ringing at a rate of knots while I'm on the phone to a lovely lady from Universal Credit called Lucy, who I explained everything to. She documented the journal. She apologised for her previous call handlers. I said, well, don't apologise for them. I said, because they're going to the Evan and L portal on D-Day, so I don't want no apologies for them. I said, they've caused all my misery today, again.
Yeah.
And they've caused my chain of direction to change, because now I'm going up the road to get a bottle of drink, Lucy, and a pack of 20 fads. I said, all things that wouldn't have been done had they treated me like a decent human being. I said, but they've made these things happen now. Now, I get a phone call from the ambulance service. I tell them that I don't need an ambulance. Danny, how you doing, son? You all right? Yeah, good, brother. Yeah, good. Good getting on, yeah? Right, so I'm just on the phone, brother, to a live feed. Sorry. Look after yourself, Dan. Sorry, Dan. Dan, that was one of my mates, Dan. He gets a phone call back from London Ambulance Services from a Kerry. And I said to this Kerry, I don't need an ambulance. And she said, can I have your details, please? I went, no, Kerry, my sister. Now I'm biting down on the old hand, Dan, trying to calm down. I'm going, no, you don't need any details, Kerry, because I've not rung for an ambulance. She went, but someone's rung for an ambulance. I went, well, I suggest you go back to either Universal Credit or whoever's rung for an ambulance, and you explain to them to stop wasting ambulance time. So she said, well, if you don't give me your details, I'm not going to be able to cancel the ambulance. I went, oh, yeah, you are. I said, because I'm telling you I don't need one, aren't I, Kerry? I went, and I never am like this down at my brothers and sisters in side chat. I went, do you know what? I went, see you later, Kerry. You're giving me a Swedensville. And I stuck the phone down on her. Anyway, gets a phone call back, obviously. I'll tell a lie, I don't lie. I think I was walking up the road then to this stuff. Obviously enraged. My whole day's been ruined now, Dan. 24 hours earlier, I'm laughing on the phone with you. Now and the brothers and sisters in the side chat. Now I'm bowling up the road like an absolute state, storming Norman, mate.
Yeah.
To go and get a drink and a fag. Now I ain't gonna not do nothing but drink and have a fag, am I? And I rings her one more time because I'm thinking I don't want the ambulance coming up. And I spoke to this lady on the telephone. And Georgia, or Georgina, or George, one of the two, I said, please understand that I don't want no more phone calls from Universal Credit to you. I said, they're soulless people that have ruined my life for 6 months. They've caused my self-harm, they've lied, they've made me miserable, they've made me bedridden, and I'm trying to get myself in a better place. Please don't call an ambulance for me that might be needed by other brothers and sisters that are desperate for an ambulance. I said, you're taking away who I refer to as angels of this earthly world, ambulance and paramedic drivers. I said, and do not waste their time sending someone to me when I'm telling you I don't need it. So anyway, Dan, it was all confirmed. Right, so you don't need one. Yeah, okay, Georgia, I don't need one. Yeah, okay, then, Mr. Wrong. Ever so sorry. But I said, and also document on there that you're not to accept any calls for ambulances other than from me. Certainly not from Universal Credit. Anyone but them, basically, Daniel, yeah? Well, imagine my surprise. Look at you little sausages. Look at you, cranks, what are you doing? I know, Treacle. Sorry, Dan, I'm just bumping into loads of people I know.
All right.
No, sorry about that, guys. So imagine my surprise. Well, I've sunk this vodka. I'm struggling down with the debt. I mean, back in the day when I was earning 20 grand a month running my own business, 1,300 quid, which ain't a lot of debt anyway, but it weren't nothing but money for me at the moment, and it's really causing me a massive load of headache. So these people not ringing me back to talk to me about this after 6 months is quite evil, especially the fact that I've nearly taken my life. So I goes to sleep, I'm all bent up like a white coat hanger, the vodka's been drunk in record-breaking time, the 20 fads have been chain-smoked, I'm asleep, I'm away with the fairies. Dan, I can't believe this because I've got new neighbours, right, as well, that have moved in. Right. So what these fuckers have done on Monday, the police, I'm asleep and I'm hearing at the top of someone's voice, outside my front door in the main lobby. So out in the street, Daniel, right, on a summer's day, with everybody poking their little Swedens at their bedroom and living room windows. So they're all watching, which you would if you heard the words Scott, it's the police, because if I heard John, it's the police, or Sally, it's the police, I'd be running to my bedroom window to have a nosy. That's a human reaction, isn't it, Dan?
Of course.
I then called Brian back. There's an ambulance. There's a multiple police that I could see. And he's going to me, you called for an ambulance? And I said, no, I ain't called for a fucking ambulance. I said, I'm asleep and I've had a drink and I'm sleeping it off.
Yeah.
I said, what? And incidentally, why are you outside my flat, screaming and shouting and hollering and embarrassing this in front of my new neighbours when you police would know the history of what the neighbours have done to the previous tenant and to me? Which you know about already, Dan, and the side and chat room, because I've told you what the neighbours have done to me. So I said, what are you trying to do? Upset my new neighbours now? Or perhaps I go down and speak to the neighbour from hell. She says, oh, yeah, steer clear of him. Oh, he's double nasty, he is, old Scotty. Because I said, you come round and embarrassed me. And Dan, I swear to you, bruv, this copper turned around and he went, can we come up and have a little chat? I looked at him, I went, come up and have a little chat. I went, no, you fucking can't. You cheeky you. I went, you cheeky C-U-N-T. I went, one, I ain't called you. Two, you're coming around and you're waking me up in the house, in the flat. I said, go on, fuck off. I said, you disrespectful wrong'un. I said, and now you've caused me problems probably with my new neighbours who may, Dan, saddle up to Tina in the garden and say, who's this 6 foot Aquarian? I fit the image of a white boy, a gangster, the villain sort of looking. You know, I've got that sort of, that look about me. So this is what makes life difficult. You are judged on this earthly world, and these new neighbours now might be making their judgment of me off the back of the police and their disgusting, barbaric treatment of me, Dan, on that Monday. Well, of course, I've rung up 101 to be met with rude hostility and disgusting conduct from them.
Yeah.
Which has made my week even worse from the Monday. Instead of them going, I'm ever so sorry, Scotty, we've got our souls attached to our earthly body. We're fully aware of the allegations that have been made. And we're also, quite obviously you haven't done these things you've been accused of doing. You don't get that out of their mouths. All you get is nonsense, bullying from them. Phones going down on me all week, Dan, when I'm waiting for an inspector. I think I even text you about it, Dan, if you got your text. And I know I text Angela. So enraged was I that it was like an entrapment thing, and it come down my house, scream and shout and holler when I've got a buzzer, and they could have buzzed on my buzzer, which would have woke me up. They're screaming outside my bedroom window, bringing it all to the attention of the neighbourhood. And I think that I wanted to speak to the borough because what it is, Dan, it's a form of entrapment. So I then ring 101. They then speak to me disgustingly. That then gets me a little bit revved up. I'm back on the phone to 101. It could take 5, 6 or 7 phone calls before you get through to someone half decent.
Yeah.
And then before you get through to that person half decent, you're getting more and more angrier. And then you never know if someone's going to go and do another load of bullshit like they've done before with the malicious communications. So I've had all that.
All right. Well, you've certainly been busy, Scott. That's for sure.
Dan, it's just unbelievable, though, bruv. The transition, my good brother, was like night and day. Literally, I felt persecuted to the degree that I thought, what are the police watching this? And laughing and going, well, what, Scott's happy? Oh, no. We can't have that because for literally 24 hours after, do you know what I mean, Dan? Literally 24 hours after I'm laughing on your feed for one of the first times in years, they're coming round and misbehaving when they've got me number. They could have easily run it up, couldn't they? They know where I live. They can buzz me buzzer. There was plenty of other ways that the police could have got hold of me rather than screaming at the top of their voice outside my window. And when I poked my head out, Dan, everyone was looking out their window. And I've got to live here.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean, brother?
This is what I've said. They don't care. They don't care about the aftermath of their actions because they don't have to pay for their actions when they fuck up. We have to pay for their actions, and somebody else apologizes for them, whilst they generally get to go on with their fucking job.
Yeah, my brother, and it's had such a negative effect on my week. really upset my mental. Then, like I said to you, my brother, earlier on the 20 minutes ago, I've had another go at that wound. That it's ridiculous now what I've done. I've really caused horrific damage to my forehead now with this self-harming. That's been born out of the abuse, the trauma, the wrong guilty verdicts, the wrong court cases, the fact these idiots have believed lies over my troops.
Yeah.
And then again, I'm going through universal credit problems, debt management problems, this, that, the other, and I've got old Bill screaming outside me house, embarrassing me. And it does. I swear to you on God's name, on Father Jesus' name, I don't care what anyone says. There's this old saying that life's what you make it, but no, Dan, it ain't, mate. Because of the police's behaviour, because of universal credit's behaviour, because of 101 being rude and barbaric on the phone, they've ruined my week again. That's for they've ruined my health. That's for they've ruined my skin. That's for on Monday they turn me to a bottle of drink. It's these people that are soulless, that enjoy hurting people that are good human beings and good brothers and sisters, and they get a kick out of it. They're like, goody, Scott won't be happy next Sunday because we've ruined his whole week. I'll probably bedridden him. Yeah. While he's in bed sleeping and bent up like a wire coat hanger, and he's managed to march forward last week a couple of paces, we're going to pull him back a couple of 3. But if that is taking 1 step forward, we're going to take him back 5 steps backwards.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what they're doing, my good brother Dan, and it's really getting to me. So much so that I text you and Ange to see if you can help me with the borough commander, which I believe someone called Stuart Bell, because I'm not prepared to have these police keep doing this and bullying me. It's not done out of caring for me, like they're trying to portray on the phone. Well, someone said you were self-harming, it's our duty to come round. I went, there's your duty to come round, but you can come round with a little bit more diploma and respect and empathy. I know you've got to come round if someone does that, but if I've already spoken to them, Dan, and told the ambulance drivers in the afternoon that I spoke to not to accept any calls from Universal Credit, so why in heavens to Betsy are they then accepting a call after 6? What I think they've done, Dan. Let me tell you what I think they've done. I think that one of the little sausages at Universal Credit has gone, how dare he tell us about ourselves? Who does he think he is? I'll tell you what we'll do. When we leave work tonight, we'll give a little phone call to the old police. We'll drop his number, and then when they go round after 6 o'clock, he won't be able to ring us up and have a go at us because we've left for work. And it's caused him a right misery, because that's exactly what time it sort of happened. Past 6 o'clock, I believe. And I reckon one of them from earlier in the day, perhaps that like neurotic woman that I said to you 25 minutes ago, Somebody, I'm not taking the call. Like a Cadbury's cream egg parrot.
Yeah.
Barking and squawking down the phone. I wouldn't put it by them people, Dan, that have sold their souls to the devil to go, I'll get you at 6 o'clock tonight. I'll make a fake call to the police. They've already got a problem with you because we've read your documentation on Facebook. You can bet your life they've read up on my status with the police and this, that and the other. They would know my inside leg measurement with regards to the police brutality and bullying. Yeah, and that's 100% what they've done. They've left for work and they've made a fake call to them scumbags, and they've not thought to ring me or to come round and knock on my door gingerly. They're coming round and barking and screaming in front of my new neighbours. And now I've got the embarrassment of the new neighbours, as I said, Dan, going to be judging me, thinking I'm something I'm not, and they're Eastern European. So it's not like they're English. And I could go up to them, and I don't even think they speak good English, to be fair. So I can't even go up to them and go, I'm ever so sorry about that, guys. Please forgive me. I've had a lot of problems with the police, and they've been listening to false reports from her underneath and this, that, and the other. Yeah. You get me, don't you, Dan? And it's made me anxious in my own home again. All anxious, Annie. It's made me sleepless. I'm not sleeping because of it all. Because every sound and noise, you think, what is it? Them coming round again for more false reports. You shouldn't be made to be living in your home uncomfortable off the back of other people's satanic behaviour. No. Well, and Angela's just commented, as she said, remember, Scott, that you are giving these soulless people the power to control how you feel. Don't let them, they're not worth it. And she's right. Yeah, I know. It's not easy. I totally get that when somebody tries to pull you down, okay, it is easier for them to pull you down than it is for you to build yourself up. Right, I know that because I face that fucking every day, right? Yeah. But it is, again, it is a choice that you have to make.
because you can't choose for them not to be arseholes to you. They're going to be arseholes one way or the other. What you can do is you can choose how you're going to react to that and how you're going to let that affect you.
Dan, the trouble. Sorry, my brother, to interject and be rude. Dan, the trouble is, mate, I'm not in a good place, Dan, and I've not been in a good place for longer than a week. So I need a longer run of feeling happy and to make better choices, because I'm not able to make better choices at the moment because such has been the damage and the bullying and the trauma that these bastards have done to my earthly life.
Yeah.
And until I get into that happier space, I'm then able to make better choices. For example, if I have 4 weeks, 6 weeks, Daniel, sorry, 8, 10, whatever weeks of happiness and rest and relaxation and no stress, if someone then does me a wrong one, I flick it off my shoulder like water off a duck's back. But at the moment, I've not had a run. I've had 17 years of misery, Dan, and believe you me, it's been every year.
Yeah.
So for me to just grab a couple of cheeky days of happiness, and then someone jumps on the bandwagon when I've had 365 days pretty much of misery, I'm not getting enough respite from the misery. I need what a good officer said to me on the phone, a good sergeant that I spoke with. She said, "You need a break, don't you, Scott?" And I went, "Yes, I do. I need a break, Sarge." That's what I said to her. I said, I need all this to stop. I said, I need you to get your souls away from the devil, you that have lost them to him. I said, and I need you that have got your souls attached to earthly body, thus for a good human being, to start treating me the way I deserve to be treated. And that's not beating me over the head with a frying pan, because I decide to type the truth, tell the truth, and speak the truth at every opportunity. I said, if you don't like the truth, don't like the truth. But don't come after me because I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
And that's what I feel a lot of it's about, Dan, with the police. Like their whole agenda is not to understand that I'm trying to open up their third eye, to pardon the terminology, and to get them to wake up before it's too late, along with many, many other brothers and sisters that have slipped and fallen. Their agenda is, who's he think he is? Who's he think he is? They've got ego. And the ego is controlling them to come round and bully. And as much as I appreciate Angela's words, it's so hard, Daniel, when you haven't had a break. You haven't had a cuddle off a mum and dad because you haven't got a mum and dad. You haven't had a cuddle off a family member because you haven't got a family member. Friendship groups have become disjointed because of the COVID lockdown for 2.5 years, that we don't see each other.
Oh, I get it. Listen, I understand all of that far more than you probably realise. I understand. I mean, my family are 250 miles away. You know, it's impossible to get down to see them. You know, we talk, but we're not very close, which is a shame. But I get it. You know, you miss. You know, as you say, sometimes you just want to cuddle from your mum. I know that sounds a bit soppy, but sometimes you just want to cuddle from your mum, or you want to talk to your dad, and when they're not around, or when you feel that you can't talk to them for whatever reason, it's horrible. And I get it. And I've been in that situation for a long time, man. Listen, do you remember when you had your business? Do you remember when you had your business? Do you remember when you had your business?
Yeah.
Right. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to have to then move on to another caller afterwards. When you were setting up your business, and when you first started getting your business going, if somebody tried to pull you down, if somebody turned around and said, "Oh, it's a shit idea," you know, it's not going to work, or you know, tried to be negative about it, you would have at the time, and I've been there myself as well, you would have at the time gone, "Fuck off, you knobhead."
Exactly,
and you'd have tried harder to make it work. Well, this is what you need to try and get back in the habit of doing when it comes to the police or the UC, you know, being the way that they are. You need to, you know that they're trying to pull you down. You know that they're trying to cause you fucking issues and headaches and all the rest of it.
Can I just tell you, Dan, why I'm banging my drums? I haven't got no way out of it. For me now, I'm not a millionaire. I won't work again. I've been made too unwell, and I've got to face facts. And I'm a truthful truth talker, and that is the facts, unfortunately. So I've got no option but to keep banging my gums at them, because I don't get enough money to get out of the debt that they've put me in. And they should never, ever have told me that they're going to backdate my money and pay me in a separate payment. Because what that done, Daniel, that got me going to my mate John, who's been a credit to himself and a credit to me and a credit to his mum in heaven, because he's helped me and supported me financially. He's been my friend Sue, my friend Reg. Everyone has sort of been helping me, but they've not even got the money to do it themselves because of COVID lockdown, because of course they've had to spend their savings, some of them, with the lockdown. And then I've got to go back to them and say, I'm ever so sorry, my brothers and sisters, but I've been lied to. Now, of course, they know I'm not a liar. They've known me 10 and 20 years. But say you're a friendship group and your friends, you're telling what Universal Credit tell you in good faith, and you're taking 50, 100, 200 pound loans, paying off debts and doing this, that, and the other, doing right with the money, but then you then told you're not getting it back. Friends that are not as trusting in the human being like they are with me, by knowing I'm honesty, because I've earned my respect, because respect is earned, not demanded.
Yeah.
You could have friendships turning around and go, you fucking liar! We've been helping you out for 6 months. How dare you lie? Universal Credit are going to pay you. Oh, yeah, but they did. No, they never. No, they never. Never talk to me again. And Universal Credit could cause people suicide by what they've done to me. Now, if my friends had done that to me, Dan, if they'd said to me, for example, Scotty, you've been lying to us, haven't you? I would have gone, no, of course I'm not. Oh, come on, Scotty, pull the other one, mate. Universal Credit telling you they're going to pay you. Now they're telling you they're not. Universal Credit telling you this, telling you that. You're telling us we're lending you money. Don't talk to us again. Go on, F off. That could have happened, Dan, if my friends didn't know what a wonderful human being I am. And I ain't blowing my own trumpet, and I ain't egotistical. Luckily for me, they do know that I'm a stand-on, honest fella. But what about the other poor brothers and sisters that might be getting spoke to by 20 or 30 different agents? And they're all repeating back to their friends and family, it's okay, Mum, I'm ex-CSA. It's okay, Dad, I'm ex-CSA. They're going to backdate me. They've all told me, can I have a 50 out of Dad's account? You ain't got a whiner of your mum. And then what you do, Dan, is you take that little bit more money, you know, because you think you're getting, because you've been told you're getting your money, you take that little bit more. Off the loan to get me. Now, if I weren't going to get the money backdated that I was told, I would have had to have borrowed anyway, because I was expecting me to live on 267 or 276 pounds a month, which I can't live on. No one can live on. So I would have had to have borrowed anyway, but I would not have borrowed what I borrowed, thinking roughly I've got like 1,300 odd quid owed to me, so I could sort of, or 1,500, whatever it was, I can work my way up to £1,000, I'm thinking. And then I'll have 500 quid left for me, and then I can go and get some clothes. I'm thinking in my head. You know, that was the plan, Dan.
It's hang on a second, Grace. I don't know who you are, but if you're going to be a dick, you can get out. One of the, you know, for me, I was, when I had my strokes, I was told that I had to wait 6 months before I told it PIP. Okay, because it'd be a long term. It needs to have a long term effect, i.e., 6 months or more. So I waited 6 months, and at the, you know, for some reason it was like, it was, you know, the whole stroke thing was almost like somebody was watching over me that time, right? Before I could phone PIP, I received a letter from them saying, oh, we just want to check up and see, you know, if any changes have happened in your life. So I sent that off to them. That was in May, June, July, August, September, October, November-ish last year. And I'm still waiting to hear from them. I did phone them a while back, and they said to me, oh, yes, because I wanted to make sure they'd received it, because I didn't even get a notification to say that they'd got it back. So I'm thinking, has it got lost in the post? Am I going to be fucked? So I phoned them, and I managed to speak to somebody who turned around and said, oh, yes, we've got it. We just haven't got round to it yet. Now, that was in November. So it's November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, nearly 9 months ago, that is. You know,
terrible, Dan. What could have happened in that 9 months, Dan? Do you get me?
Well, the reason I bring it up, and I'm going to have to end this call after this. The reason I bring this up is because rather than thinking to myself, I'm going to get, you know, they're going to take that into account, I just think to myself, right, I kind of ignore it. I kind of pretend it's not even going on. I kind of pretend it doesn't exist. And I'm just trying to get by with what I've got.
I think I've got to do the same, Dan, I think.
And then if it comes through, then it's a bonus. If it doesn't, I've not lost anything, and I've not prepared myself. You know, I've not built myself up for a fall. I've just cracked on with what I've got, you know, and it's a struggle. Don't get me wrong, it's a struggle with what I get. Do you know what I mean? And anybody that's on any kind of benefits will be the same, and they'll understand. But you have to say to yourself, right, I've just got to crack on with what I've got, make do with what I've got, try and do the best I can with what I've got, and then if anything comes, don't forget it completely, because you need to chase it up every now and again, but you just need to see what happens, and if it comes through for you, then great, and you get your backdated, you know, and you're all sorted, and you're going to be happier. But if you think to yourself it's going to happen and it doesn't, then you set yourself up for that big fall. Where you can flip it on the head, but then just imagine you're not going to get it, and then if it does come through, then you're going to give yourself a big high.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, Dan, from this day forward, because I think I've exhausted myself with it all now, Dan.
Yeah,
I think I really have exhausted myself with it all, and as you would know yourself, it makes you tired. And it makes you exhausted.
Yeah, indeed.
All done.
Right. All right, mate. Well, listen, I'm gonna have to move on.
No. Thank you, Dan, for letting me get that off my chest, mate. And sorry if it was a bit much for the brother.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Let me just say. But hang on 1 second. Let me just Bumblebee. If you want to try phoning. Oh, you are phoning. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. All right, mate. I'll speak to you. I'll speak to you later.
Dan. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Ciao, mate. Bye. Ah. Damn it, what's happened? Bumblebee. Again. Sound like a Teletubby. I fucking look like a Teletubby. Again. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Bumblebee. You alright?
Not really.
Talk to me.
Being bullied and neglected here.
Still?
Yeah. I've only been offered toast all day.
Okay.
I was also locked in my room today.
Locked in your room? Why was you locked in your room?
Well, there's been a confused lady walking in my room, and my advocate raised that something needed to be done about it because I've got PTSD.
Okay.
Due to assault, I'm likely to, if I'm asleep, which I sleep in the day because the fatigue.
Yeah.
I'm likely to react quite badly, and I don't want to put her on the floor with a broken hip, if you know what I mean, when I'm asleep.
Yeah.
So they suggested here about locking the door, but the person who was responsible with the key today left the site.
Okay.
Left the actual property.
Do you not have? Sorry.
Social worker.
Do you not have the option of locking your door from the inside?
Yes, but I can't do it because I'm in a wheelchair and I need help to get in and out of bed.
What I mean, one of the things, and this would be one of the things that I would think about if I was planning on, on building a place like where you're staying. On a lot of the toilet doors, on the inside you've got a lock, on the outside you've got a way of opening it with a coin or a screwdriver.
They have they have a proper lock outside.
Right.
And inside they've got like a turn knob.
Right. But again,
I can't reach it from the bed.
If a key gets lost, you're fucked. If you're locked in and the key gets lost, you've got to wait. You've got to wait for a locksmith to come out. So if it was something like like the star keys. If it was something like that, then they could get a screwdriver, poke it in, and it wouldn't be something an older person would be able to do necessarily, because they might not be able to have access to a screwdriver or be able to handle a screwdriver, for example, just as an example. But to lock you in by a key is dangerous. Not only is it fucking wrong to hold you in your room.
Then the key is for every single bedroom, so they can't give me the key.
Right.
And the member staff went off site for lunch.
Right. So that's bollocks. That's
social services didn't really care. Said, "Oh yes, it shouldn't happen." I said, "What if there was a fire or a medical emergency?"
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is what I'd suggest you do there is contact the CQC over that particular incident.
Yeah.
I know you might think that they might not do much, but that, you know, for them to lock you into a room, which you should never do. Okay. Again, if you've got a lock on the inside to stop other residents getting in your room, like a twist thing, okay, not a key, but a twist thing, and they can open it from the outside, then that's, you know, a member of staff can open it from the outside with a screwdriver or a knife or whatever, then fine, that's not so much of an issue. But to lock somebody in with a key and only have a key is incredibly irresponsible and incredibly dangerous. And I personally would get onto the CQC about that and get to look into that. That is, you know, okay, it might have been an accident that they fucked off out for lunch, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place. And you've then been stuck in your room, held hostage in your room, and potentially put at risk.
Yeah. Well, I was stuck in the bed. I couldn't move to the door, so I was at risk.
Yeah.
And it's really hard. Today I got a text. My mum had been in hospital about a month ago. It was touch and go whether she'd lived. She lived. Had E. coli in UTI.
Oh, Jesus.
And she's in the care home, nursing home, miles away from me. Yeah, exactly, Lucifer. And I got a text today out of the blue, about a week after the last text that I got, saying your mum's been put on end of life care.
Oh, Jesus.
And I don't know how I stand for my mum.
And did you say you're miles away from her?
Yeah, about 130.
Oh, Christ.
And obviously I can't get down there. And I just got a text. So she's on a sedative, which I think we know which one, the one that starts with a D and a Z in, the Hancock bolt.
Right.
And she's on morphine.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
And I thought she was out the woods.
No,
I don't know how, I've been a carer all my life, and Mum was the first one that I cared for from the age of 4.
Sarah Rickards just said in the comments that there are grants to help with exceptional circumstances. Could you not try that route?
Oh, we'll phone the social worker manager tomorrow, because I sat social worker on last Monday in the meeting,
Right.
and said that she hadn't been proactive. She'd left things to like be on boiling point, and you know, I need somebody proactive. They also said that the reason I can't see a doctor, I'm only entitled to emergency care from a doctor,
Right.
because I'm in a respite bed. They're looking for another respite unit, but as time's going on, I'm being bullied and neglected by staff and residents. I've got people standing in front of my wheelchair intimidating me.
Is your mum in a hospice or a hospital?
Hold on, I think I'll do that side. No, she's in a nursing home.
She's in a nursing home, right? I was going to say, because if she was in a hospice, for example, I know that sometimes they can give family members a room, to sort of be with their, you know, with the person who's at the end of their life. I was going to say, if that was the case, then maybe if you could find out how much it was going to cost to get there.
I would need to take somebody with me because of my disability, and he wouldn't provide that. Because I'm in a respite bed, not a care bed.
Right.
Do
you not have a friend that can go with you, or another family member, perhaps?
No, and the family told me to walk away from my mum a couple of years ago. Not have direct contact with her when I supported her through my dad's death.
Right. I can understand, you know, I don't know what the situation was, and it's none of my business, you know, I'm not going to ask you to tell me. But what I can get that maybe you're told to stay away from somebody for whatever reason, but when it's the end, when it's an end of life,
I've done no harm to her. The power of attorney hates my guts, even though she was my godparent.
right.
And they don't understand there was abuse in the family directed at me, and I guess that they misunderstood, and I had to stay in the same room as my mum for five and a half weeks. I was supporting her and put all my health on the back burner, and I actually ended up in the hospital under reception within 4 weeks of coming back to the area because she put me through so much.
Right.
She wouldn't even let me sleep. Yeah, she'd be doing things in the room, noisily, knowing that I'd only just got to sleep.
Fucking hell.
Tiff, the nurse on duty, there's no manager on the night or day. Sometimes there's a manager, a deputy manager on the day.
Well, I don't know what else to say. I'm so sorry to hear that you're going through that. It's horrible, and that on top of the the place where you're staying being a bunch of pricks as well.
Yeah. So I asked at 11 o'clock if they could put my lunch to one side at 12:30. When I asked for it later, it was gone, and the sandwiches they left out on the side yet again for like 4 hours in the heat.
Right.
Tiff, today, there was one on my floor and one above, but they don't usually cross over.
Now, obviously, you've sent some pictures to the Discord of the quality of the food that they've been serving you.
Mm.
Are you taking pictures every day of the food that you're being served?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Are you making notes anywhere of? I know you tell us in the Discord chat, but are you making your own personal notes anywhere of, for example, that they're not feeding you or? Go on.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but when the fatigue kicks in and then there's it happening, it's very hard. But I am.
If you have a record of what's happening, now I know it doesn't necessarily help because sometimes the agencies that you go to don't help, and I fully get that. Hence the fact I've got a channel, doing what it does. If you've got like a trail, not a paper trail, but photos and notes of what's been going on, and you get it to the CQC, for example, and then they've got, that is them recorded. And if anybody else in the home makes a complaint, then obviously there's a serious issue there because it's not just happening to you. But even if it is only happening to you, which it shouldn't be, the CQC should look at that and say, how can somebody live on that? A piece of toast with a couple of spoonfuls of beans or whatever shit they try feeding you. Even when I worked in a care home, and one of my first jobs I worked in a care home, my sister was a carer and I was the cook in the care home. Okay. And even then we never used to give food like that. And we're talking 20 odd years ago. Do you know what I mean? The food we'd give them was proper hearty food. We'd never give them beans on toast. The only person that would have, maybe one or two of them would have beans on toast because they couldn't eat anything else. But we would make like shepherd's pie, something palatable, something they could eat without a big issue in chewing and stuff like that. But they would always get proper meals. And seeing what you've been getting is absolutely disgusting. It is, and if people see that, I'm sure that people are going to turn around and say, "What the fuck? Why is she eating that? If she's eating that, then other people are eating that." And just because the rest of the people have got sort of dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever it might be, they shouldn't be treated any less of a human being and given scraps of shit to eat. I'm sorry to put it that way, but it does annoy me a bit. Do you know what I mean? Especially when I've seen some of the stuff that they feature.
Yeah, and I was advised by Tina, who's had to take some time out this week. I was advised to go to the police, and I did yesterday. But the police just wanted to pass it on to social, and that was it.
Right, I'm just having a look. So everybody's just want to see what's going on in the chat here because
Lucifer is offering some help.
Yeah, I see everybody saying to Lucifer, like,
yeah,
I can't see what. Oh,
I
could use my
pay you the
son's
petrol and everything, Lucifer, or whatever I can.
Oh, do you know what? That is fucking really nice of you, Lucifer. Actually,
Yeah.
I can see it now.
I have answered you, Lucifer, in the chat.
Do you know what? Sorry, Bumblebee. Do you know one of the things is about this community, and that I've noticed.
Tiff, I've reported the deputy manager was in that meeting on Monday. Yeah, and on Friday when I said I haven't been offered food, why wasn't I offered lunch? Oh, maybe the carers don't like you.
Let me just double check.
Personal grudge. They still got a duty of care.
Right. Listen, I've got Lucifer. Do you mind if I give Bumblebee your telephone number? I'll do it through here. I won't give it out over here, obviously. I'll do it through it. You've emailed me, haven't you, Bumblebee? I think, or I can do it. I can send it to you direct message in Discord. If he's okay for that, then if I send you his telephone number, he can speak to Lucifer directly if he's all right with that, and then maybe something can be sorted out. But this is one of the things I love, absolutely fucking love about this community is if somebody can help, they generally will. And and it's fucking brilliant.
Got to phone up the care home and like the nursing home and make sure. Yeah, Tiff, where are you? Lucifer, if you want, bring your messages as well. Yeah. I need to, approve that I can go and see her, really, not just turn up at the door.
Yeah, of course. Which again is why if I give you Lucifer's number directly, then you can deal with all of that, all those details without having to do it all through the live stream, so to speak. But I'm going through what you're going through. Again, we see regularly, and I know how much it pisses you off because of the comments we get in the Discord.
Yeah, sorry, I have nowhere else to write, or talk to anybody.
No, don't be sorry. That's absolutely fine. Listen, this is the thing, right? If people don't talk, then nobody else knows. Okay, if nobody else knows, then somebody that might be able to help won't help because they don't know about it. So you need to be able to get stuff off your chest, number one. Okay.
Yeah.
And number two, you need to be able to talk to people who actually care about other people. And this is, again, this is one of the things about the community on this channel is people will genuinely go out of their way, especially the core community will go out of their way to help people.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the fact that people came, Lucifer came up from Devon on my birthday. I had DJ Sonic and Josie Wales come down from Scotland on my birthday. I mean, they so out of their way. Sorry, go on.
I know where I spent my 50th birthday.
In your room?
They didn't even bother to get me a birthday cake that was promised.
See, again,
my time to the town went disaster because we got held up by Deliveroo.
Right. Again, going back to when I was working in a care home, I think it was 20 residents or something like that. Buying somebody a cake on their birthday, even if they don't quite understand what's going on because they might have dementia or Alzheimer's, the amount of money that's being made for people in those care homes, buying somebody a cake is nothing. Once a year.
The boss of the care home was trying to intimidate me the other week, and finance gave me 2 envelopes, and I didn't open them. I waited into this meeting, and the boss was going to get told off. But I don't see eye to eye with the boss, and those staff knew that I won't go there.
Right.
These narcissistic, really, will just totally shout over you, and then you raise your voice and you're in trouble with him. But last time I walked out there and I was like, fuck you lot.
Again, this organisation that doesn't care, as most of them don't. You know, they might be individual care homes, but they're still, as far as I'm concerned, it's still like an organisation that's there to help and support people in certain situations. And yet they don't. You know, again, it's this. You know, as long as we get paid, we don't give a fuck attitude.
Yeah.
You know, and especially when it, you know, private care homes, and I get business is business, I totally get that, but to be stupid enough to let somebody remain locked in their room, first of all, the person who walked off with the key should be reprimanded for that. Secondly, the food that you're getting is absolutely disgusting, and something needs to be done about that, because you all deserve to eat properly and healthily, because that is what is expected of these places to do for you, the very least they are supposed to do for you. And again, they're just not, and it's.
But the comment that Rally Addy put, that's got two emoticons by the side of it. It's totally agree here. I might be spied on by what I'm saying, by the way. But fuck it.
Right.
Exactly, and you can see it, Rally. Like the day after I came in here, I was like, oh, that's a bit tight. That's a bit. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, there's limited amount of stuff that I can do personally, which is again coming back to the community, which is what's great about the community, because
I know I do, and Tina's been trying to help what she can, but she has had to take some time out.
Yeah, I know. Tina's kind of, you know, without saying anything that I shouldn't, she's up and down herself with health issues and stuff, as well as most of us are, I think, these days. But you know, the fact that she does everything she does for free and in her own time, obviously sometimes she needs to take that time to herself.
And I appreciate the time that she's given me.
But this, I mean, if there's anything, you know, if there's anything anybody in the comments can suggest, you know, that we can do maybe as a community, then, you know, to try and do something here. I mean, maybe if we all contact the CQC on behalf of Bumblebee, maybe if there are people that are willing to do that, we can do that. If they receive 20 or 30 even emails or phone calls, then maybe they've then got to at least look into it. Do you know what I mean? So
somebody can put one in from here.
So if I can,
somebody has put one in, but yeah, you know, I'm happy to chuck it, you know, the details somewhere.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do is I will send you, and in fact, I'm going to write this down because I will forget. Unfortunately, my brain's still a bit like a sieve. Right, send Bumblebee Lucifer's number. Okay, so I'll send you that number.
It's all okay with Lucifer. He said sorry, back got ambulance outside for my son.
Oh shit. Okay. I hope let us know if everything's all right, Lucifer.
Give my number to Lucifer and get him to call me when he's free. I'll be up to about 1 in the morning, and then up about 10 tomorrow.
Right. Okay. But I'll send you. I'll contact you directly through Discord anyway, as a private message. If you then give me some information, i.e. the name of the care home. I mean, as long as you don't mind giving your name, you don't have to. We can just say that a resident. But to be honest, having your name would probably help. You know, go into the CQC. But if you don't want to do that, then just, you know, say so, and we'll just call you a resident. And we will. So yeah, the name of the place, the address of the place, and then I will then put the shout out to everybody in a community post, and with the information, the contact information, and we'll get as many people as we can to make complaints.
There is a possible interim respite place, but not the place that I need to move to. Within maybe about 10 miles of here. But I know very little about it. They're going to come and interview me Tuesday. But I'm going to be adamant that I go there and have a look as well, not just get thrown there.
Right.
But I don't know my rights on that, so. But, it will also clash with my physio, so I'll have to jeopardise my physio for that appointment.
Right. Well, I will do what I can. As I say, there's a limited, scope to what I can do to help people, but I will do whatever I can, whatever's in my power to do.
If anybody knows of a solicitor though that can help me.
Okay.
But I'm on benefits as a,
So it would need to be a no win, no fee type thing. But yeah, I can try and dig through the contacts that I've got and see if there's somebody that deals with that kind of stuff specifically. And I can get that.
He doesn't have dementia. She does not have dementia, Mum.
No, I think MPO might have got confused.
Yeah.
But you're in a home with people with dementia at the moment and stuff, aren't you?
That's right.
Yeah. So that's why I was mentioning the dementia part rather than talking about your mother.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So I'll give you Lucifer's Lucifer's phone number, which will have to be after the live stream. And then he can call you tomorrow or whenever, or text you and arrange a call or whatever you decide to do between you. You can reply to me with the name of the place, with the address of the place. If you want to give your name again, then give me your name as well. If not, then we'll just use.
I begged to the duty social worker, I think it is, that I spoke to on Friday, that I'm either going to run away or something else is going to drastically happen. And I'd said that on Monday in the meeting, and I said it to the police as well on Friday.
Okay.
But even if this place is suitable for respite, it's going to take, a few days and everything. It ain't going to happen overnight.
No, of course.
And I've got trauma at the local hospital. I know. So I had a social worker. She's not proactive. So on Monday, I sacked her when we were told that it wouldn't impact the case or, the length of time to move on somewhere. As the manager will step in. I've been on the phone to duty social services today and Friday.
Right. Well, we're going to do what we can as a community. We'll do what we can to try and help. Okay, I can't ever promise anything, but we will do what we can, and hopefully that's enough.
Yeah.
But I know that the kind of people that will complain aren't the kind of people that will be quiet about their complaining.
Yeah.
So, as I say, I'll get the info from you in a Discord message, and I'll put it into my community chats, and I'll give them I'll give the information, the address, the name of the place. I'll give them the CQC telephone number. I'll give them the email address, and we'll give them what for. Okay, I promise you that.
Thanks. I just want my life back.
All right. Well, you certainly deserve better quality than you're currently getting. That's that goes without saying.
Yeah. Thanks, Pat.
All right. And I'm so sorry to hear about your mother as well. On top of everything else. I hope.
I don't think I've processed it yet, but I suffer from complex grief as well because I lost 5 people in 18 months, and still haven't dealt with all that. So.
All right.
Can you possibly come on the panel and show us the door in case anyone has ideas on how to get out? Sonic, I could put a photo up on Discord. but you would need that. I'm 2 meters away from my bed is 3 meters away from the door. There's no way the bed can go there.
And you're in a chair as well, aren't you? In a wheelchair, so
Yeah, Sonic.
obviously it's going to make things difficult as well. But again, none of this should be happening. Hello, Smudge, wherever you are, I can hear you. None of what you've told us, and especially what you've showed us, should be going on. We will do, as a community, we will try and do what we can to try and get the shit sorted out. Okay, that's the least I can promise you. And I know there's going to be people in the chat now that will email or call to make the complaints.
And I'm happy to chat in Discord to people in the chat if they're, around sometimes.
So if you're not in the Discord yet, there's a link in the description below. You can go and click on that, and it will take you through to the Discord. Come and join us. And
I'm in the Discord, but I never see anybody in the chat, the voice chat.
No, to be honest, I don't go in the voice because once I start in a voice chat, I don't stop. Hence, you've seen it on here with regards to my live streams. I say I'm going to finish at a certain time, and 3 hours later, I'm still on. I'll get too involved. But I also think there's a lot of people that are members that just don't like voice chatting for some reason. I think it's a lot easier, to be fair, but
then that might be because we have fatigue.
Yes, yeah. Maybe if you're in the chat and you see people talking to you, and you just ask them and just say, "Look, do you want to come in voice chat?" And it's easier to talk rather than type. Maybe people will start coming in then.
I leave a message every so often in the general chat. But
right. Again, I have so much going on. It's even my own Discord group, and I'm not even in there as much as I'd like to be because I've got too much else going on. But I do try and show up when I can. But again, we are going to do what we can to try and help you and support you in the going through, and see if we can fix or not fix, but even if just to I don't even know how to say it. I don't think we're going to be able to fix anything per se, but it definitely needs to be investigated by somebody, because it's absolutely disgusting. You're not getting the nutrition you need. You're not getting, being locked in your room is dangerous. There's too much going on now.
I cannot get the medical referrals I need as well to move forward health-wise, because I'm just emergency care.
Right.
And they claim they've got no notes on me since April.
Oh. And you're down as emergency care because of...
I'm in a respite bed.
Because of where you are, isn't it? Yeah. So
the fact that on discharging, they did say that I was discharged to assessment. Yeah, so I should have been discharged to assessment here, but because it was discharged to assessment at home, and it wasn't passed on, and I've ended up in a respite bed in a care home because the care failed at home.
Okay. All right. Well, again, that's the kind of information that I'm going to need you to put in that reply to me on Discord, just to make sure. I know you've told me, but again, you know what it's like. Some, I might forget things, or I might get things slightly muddled up because of my brain. So when I contact you on Discord, if you chuck back some info on the situation, that we can give out to people, and then people can then get in touch with the CQC and say, look, this woman XYZ, they're doing this ABC, they're locking her in a room, or they've locked her in a room. Although it was an accident, it's still massively dangerous and should never have happened in the first place. The food she's not getting the nutrition she needs. They're treating them shit. You need to do something about it. So that's all the kind of information that we need, and but we'll deal with that through the Discord, and then I'll give that information out to the community on the channel.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Dan.
All right. Listen, try and stay strong. I know it's difficult, but listen, we're on the case now. Okay, the PAP community are on the case. We just need to. You and I need to speak first, and then I'll get the PAP community to do what they can.
I've been so close to getting on the train. Trust me. So close.
All right.
But I'm trying. it's not easy when you're in a wheelchair. You've got to book like assistants and things like that.
Of course, you're reliant on other people, and when those other people don't give a shit, you're knackered, aren't you? So yeah, I understand.
That you've got to book a train, and you've got to book like the assistants pre.
Right.
Sorry, thanks, Dan.
Listen, we'll speak soon, right? And I'll drop Lucifer's number over to you this evening or tonight after the live stream in a chat, and you'll probably get that tomorrow. But give you know, your number's here actually, isn't it? It's showing up. So
yeah, just give it to Lucifer.
Well, what I'll do is I'll send you his number so you know it's him calling, and I'll send Lucifer Bumblebee's number, which
I'm
is
just falling.
right. Okay, so I've just jotted your number down as well there. So I'll send Lucifer your number too. So at least when you get his call, you'll know it's him that's calling.
Yeah, I just
all right.
Pick any more shit. Do you know what I mean?
I know. It's not good. It's not right. And as I say, I promise you, we'll do what we can.
Sarah, can you put the name of that grant down, please, again? Because you put something up about exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, who is it, Sarah, that you said about the grant for exceptional circumstances? Who is it that should need to go to? This is not my area of expertise, so if you can let us know. Right, there's someone having a listen in outside the bedroom door.
I'm okay now. I think they came for another client, but I could hear somebody outside.
Right.
Okay, Lucifer, thanks. So I don't have access to a GP, and the GP part owns this place.
Yes, Princess Angela, you're shouting my name. What have I? Are you shouting my name, or are you saying talk to someone else?
Yeah, I do that. Stuart, yeah.
Options counselling, live well.
No, Sarah, I thought you that you said something about
benefits office
to help me get to my mum, that you can get a grant or something.
obviously try the benefits office if you haven't already. But again, listen, if anybody comes up with anything, to help you, what tends to happen after these live streams, if people can help and they're not able to give the information at the time, they tend to email me at a later date and give me further information. So I'm sure I'll get emails wishing you well and potentially chucking some info over to me that I will then send through to you.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I see what you've put now. Thank you. All right, thanks very much. And yes, I will be getting hold of them.
All right, listen,
listen, Will. Thank you so much, Pat.
No, you're absolutely welcome. Listen, thank you for phoning. I know it's difficult, and I know it's hard when you're on your own and you've got nobody to help you fight your corner. We might not be able to do anything directly with regards to the people that are supposed to be looking after you, but I know we can do something with regards to the people that are supposed to be monitoring those people, and that's what we'll do. All right.
Thanks.
All right. I'll speak to you soon, okay?
Thanks. Bye.
All right, speak soon.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm going to take another call, and then I'm going to take a break and make a brew, and then I'm going to open a panel up. Hello, good evening.
Oh, evening, Dan. Evening. How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
You recognise the voice?
I do, but it does sound slightly different for some reason.
It does. I've been having the old convids for the last 6 weeks or so, and it's hit me hard. So still got a bit of a snotty nose, and I've also had a beer or three this evening. So you have to bear that in mind.
No worries.
How are you doing? How's things? I haven't been on your show on a Sunday night for a few weeks now, so I'm only just catching up.
No, it's not a problem. No, been okay. Just run down and tired as normal, but I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
The way of the world, I think.
We just crack on and do what we can do. So.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So here's the thought. So while I was sat here having my beers and I was having a ponder and all the rest of it, I came up with what I think is idea of the century. And this is, but here's the thing: this is a kind of fun, comical thing that's going to lift the spirits a little bit. And after the last call, I feel maybe that's inappropriate, but I suppose are we all right with that?
It's fine. Listen, listen. At the end of the day, people phone in. Some people phone in and they're happy. Some people aren't so happy because of whatever situations, and we try and deal with that. But we, the last thing I want is for people to be sitting there feeling miserable. So if somebody comes on and does or says something that can try and lighten the mood and help the people that are feeling to maybe spy a bit, then it's all good as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to share this idea with you then, right? So this might or might not work, but let's see how we get on. So firstly, I have to premise this with, I only figured this out because and I know this sounds cocky, but I'm a private pilot, and although it sounds cocky, honestly, it's not. It costs about the same as a decent second-hand motorbike, so it's not like a massive expense. But I enjoy flying around the country and all the rest of it. So pointing that out, I'm also going to mention that what I'm about to suggest, I would never do myself. That's the caveat, right? But here's the idea of the century, right? Comes in two parts. The first part is there's a new little aircraft you can buy called a Flylight PB, right? It's called a Flexwing Microlight, and it's like a hang glider with a little trike underneath and a motor on the back, and it's called a Sub 70, and it's a new category of aircraft, which means, and you believe it or not, you can go and check it out on the CIA website. Technically, you don't even need a pilot's license to fly it. Obviously, you'd be stupid to buy one and just launch yourself into the sky because you kill yourself. But so you go and get some instruction and all the rest of it. But it's real basic instruction. It's like 5 hours of instruction, and that's enough. And you buy this thing, and you can take off and fly it around. It's not even registered. There's not even a registration on it, right? So that's the first part of the story. Bear that in mind as I tell you the next part of the story, right?
Okay.
For the next part of the story, I don't know if you noticed in the news this week, but there's a new drone superhighway being allowed. I think between like Birmingham, Oxford, and London. So they're gonna use it for flying blood samples and that kind of stuff between hospitals and this, that, and the other. But there's this like corridor of airspace now that's going in there that only drones can fly in, and everybody else has to stay out of it. And I think they fly up to 700 feet, so they keep away from people's drones on the ground, so we're going to get these drones flying around with blood samples.
Okay.
Now Amazon has suggested doing something similar, and obviously once they establish this drone only corridor, Amazon could potentially use that to distribute stock between warehouses, right?
Yes.
So here's my thought. I'm calling it aerial fishing. Buy yourself one of those Flylight PBs and a big net. And all you do is launch yourself off a field somewhere, kind of around the Oxford area, I suppose, and then just fish for random goods from Amazon drones. Just fish about the sky. All you have to do is swing in at 800 feet with a net on a 100-foot rope below you, and off you go. It'd be like Pirates of the Caribbean, but in the sky. I just thought I'd share what a genius idea that could be.
It'd be like that magnet fishing in a canal and stuff, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it'd be like a lucky dip, wouldn't it? Because you wouldn't know what you're going to get. Sometimes it's going to be a shit haul, but sometimes you could hit a real winner. You know what I mean? It'd be worth a fortune.
Sometimes you might pick up a lung or a kidney.
Hopefully you can avoid the NHS drone. I suppose that is true. I suppose I'm assuming that the two drones would look different and you'd be able to tell which is which. I suppose if they're all using the same drones, you could get stuck that way. So maybe it's a bad idea. But
well, to be honest, you'd think that if they've got a corridor, you'd think that, for example, emergency things like livers, kidneys, if they were blood samples, whatever, stuff like that, you'd think that would be at a certain level, like radio frequencies have different frequencies,
different heights.
You'd think it would be a maximum of a certain height, and then the rest of the stuff has to be from above that
lower
height to another or below
it. Yeah, that's it. So maybe that's it. Maybe the Amazon stuff is up to 400 feet. And then the 700 foot is the blood and stuff. So that would be going over the top of you. The blood and the guts and all the rest of it would be flying over the top of you. And then you'd be fishing out the Amazon stuff at 500 feet with a 100-foot rope. I suppose you probably want like maybe a 25 or 50-foot rope, wouldn't you? So you could sweep and then have a bit more accuracy.
Yeah.
But yeah, wouldn't that be a treat? Can you imagine?
To be honest, well, look, criminals will try anything, wouldn't they? So I've got no doubt at all that is something that.
I hope I haven't suggested something that somebody might do one day.
Listen, if a criminal's heard of that channel, as you call it, I'm sure somebody's already thought up about doing something. They're flying
drugs in. Did you see that? I know this is a secondary story, but a couple of years ago there were a few rich lads that hired a private jet from Farnborough, flew out to Chile somewhere or Colombia somewhere, filled it up with drugs, and then flew it directly back to Farnborough again. And were met by customs and got, so it was about 25 million quid's worth of coke on it. Absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I suppose some people try that, but they're maybe not bright enough to figure out how to do it properly. But I just thought it was a fun, interesting concept. I've never really considered it before, and it's only recently that they've allowed these non-pilot licensed airplanes to be sold. Yeah. So I suppose it's only now that the opportunity presents itself. So, but anyway, I thought I'd share that with you. A bit of a jolly story, and maybe it's picked up the mood. Yeah, plant the seed, eh?
Well, I'd love one of those non-pilot.
They are
things.
Great fun. It's like a hang glider that you don't have to run off a hill with. So you can just launch yourself from your local park.
Well, I grew up at my house backed on 24. And used to get the occasional birthday present and Christmas present as an hour flying this.
Yeah,
this was a long time ago. This was.
Yeah.
And I should have kept it up because I'd love to have done. I'd love to be able to have that in my wallet.
I will say I've been flying for about 30 years, and I will say it's a real honour and a privilege to be able to see the world from a couple of thousand feet. I do love it. It is just a joy. Every time I go up, it still thrills me the same way it did the first time I did it. So I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Peaceful as well.
It is wonderfully peaceful, and you see some sights that nobody else gets to see. It is spectacular up there. When you go weaving between the clouds, that really does take your breath away. It's just joyous. It really is. And around the coast, and seeing things from the air that other folks they just don't get that perspective. I'm very fortunate to be able to do it. It is great. And I would encourage anybody who thinks that they couldn't do it. Actually, you know what? You absolutely could. If you can drive a car, you can fly a microlight or a small plane. It's not as hard as it appears to be at first.
Was it 40 hours for your PPL when you done it?
So when I did it, I did it back in the 90s.
Right,
that's that long ago. So I did my PPL and got qualified on light aircraft. But about 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago now, I discovered microlights, and now the modern microlight is just as good as a light aircraft, but only costs about a third as much to run and to buy, and all the rest of it. I own a share in a plane, so I don't own the whole thing. And then I pay a monthly fee for hangarage and insurance, and then it literally takes unleaded petrol. You put that in it, and off you go. So it flies at 90 miles an hour in a straight line, so I can get to France and back for lunch.
So I suppose it's like a timeshare, isn't it? In the aircraft, book when you want to use it, and as long as nobody else is using it at that time, then you can use it, I suppose.
Yeah, that's it. There's 4 of us who share it, and more often than not, when we're going on a little trip like that, it'll be 2 of us in it at the same time. So yeah, we all get to enjoy the fun of it, and it is a joy. It is a joy, and like I say, I'd encourage anybody who thinks that they couldn't do it to go and investigate and have a few lessons and have a crack, because it really isn't as hard as it at first appears to be. And once you get that license, it's liberating. It's I'll give you an example. I used to live over in the Reading area. My father lived in Kent, And if I drove my car to go visit him, it was about an hour and a half around on the motorways. And if I visited him at the weekends and came back on a Sunday afternoon, the M25 was absolutely chocker. But in the plane, it was 35 minutes each way, and I'm flying over the M25 using that as a reference point and watching it as it's all clogged up and flying over it at 100 miles an hour. That's an absolute joy.
Oh, but it is.
It is, yeah. So yeah, it's a great fun thing to do, and there you go. So.
Oh man, but let me know when you're going over to France next. I could do with some smokes.
Yeah, you know what? I've never bought any duty free back from France, and I've often thought about it, but I don't know how that would work because we have to go into little airfields where there is no duty free. You know, you're not buying it there, so that's a bit weird. I suppose I could try and go into a big airport one day and see what happens. It just costs a fortune to land at me.
Yeah. Obviously, you've got your I can't remember what it's called now, but you've got like what's it called? You have to. It's like your landing fee, isn't it, or something? I can't remember what they call it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, landing fee. Yeah, that's it. Landing fee. So most places you'll pay a landing fee, and even then with the microlights, because they can land in really short runways. You know, I mean, I can land that thing in 300 meters, and so you go and fly into farms and that kind of stuff, and they just want either a donation or nothing.
Yeah,
it's an absolute joy. You can fly that all over the place. So yeah. Anyway, I won't beef on about that too much, but yeah. So just a little thought there for a little aerial fishing. I thought it could be quite a good way to earn a few quid.
I have to get one of my drone interceptors that I've been seeing advertised.
Yeah. Do you know what? I do wonder. And as a pilot, it's a concern for us pilots because we don't want to get hit by a drone either when you're flying around. But fortunately, we know that they keep them at a low level. So as long as we're above 1,000 feet, we're all right. And they avoid airports and airfields and that kind of stuff. But there is a concern at some point that if we're all sat in our back gardens and there's just this line of backwards and forwards, I don't really think that we're all going to want that. If I'm honest, I think it will be disturbing and it will be uncomfortable and it will feel very Big Brother. And I just don't really think it's necessary. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, well, you would find people
anyway.
Yeah, you would find people abusing the fact that there would be a corridor for drones, police, i.e., sending a police one out and just filming down everybody. It just assumes it's Amazon or a new kidney going to somewhere and over they go on you. I mean, we've seen it in the past with the helicopters using their cameras to look at people sunbathing naked, topless in the garden and stuff.
We certainly have, haven't we? Yeah, that's very true. They might try that on, I suppose. That could happen, but if there's enough of us, I'm only kidding. So yeah, could be good fun anyway. I just thought aerial fishing would be a new sport that we could.
No, it's I didn't know. Didn't hear it. I haven't heard of it yet. So I'm glad you brought that up. It's interesting.
Yeah. So it's all happening. Anyway, I'll let you crack on. Have a good evening. I'll keep on watching, and I look forward to catching up with you soon.
No worries. I'll speak to you soon.
Take care, mate. See you.
Andrew, bye now.
Bye.
Right, folks. My apologies, but phone lines are now closed, I'm afraid, because it's now 10 to 11 and I don't want to be too late tonight because I've done no work for tomorrow. And I need to get the panel up and running for a little while. So, oh God, my ear rolls look red, sweaty like anything. Jesus Christ. So I am going to leave you for just a moment while I go and top up, and when I come back, I will stick the I'm looking at it and I still can't think of the name of it. The StreamYard. I'll stick the StreamYard link into the chat, and then we'll get some of you guys on and we'll talk about whatever. So bear with me. And we're back. And we are back. So, link is pinned in the chat. If you want to come on, if you want to have a chat. Mr. Andrew Horn. Hello.
How are you, my brother?
Yeah, all good, man. All good.
Good.
All good.
Good.
Who else is coming on?
Who's jumping on the bandwagon? Hey, Dan, if someone gets me that Bumblebee care home number and she's okay with it, I'm happy to ring them up.
No, we're not going to ring the care home. We're going to get in touch with CQC instead and try them, because the care home will just ignore it. They're treating her like shit. Care Quality Commission. They might not do anything either, but if we get on them, they are the people that oversee the care homes. So it's best to go to them. Just give us a second, Scott. Jack Ablaze, put a top on. Fuck's start.
Never put his tits away, Dan. I don't want another tit one.
At least I know it's him, because he's just reached for a top, so I know he's just heard me. Give us a birdie.
We're gonna get another beer.
That's him. Roger Whittington, touch your nose. Touch your nose, Roger.
I got my own halo.
Roger, can you hear me, Roger? Roger. Mr. Whittington, touch your nose. Oh, he's having difficulties. Right, okay. Princess Angela, can you do me a favour? Can you just show your face? Thank you.
Hey, Jack, you like this one?
Oh, that's pretty good.
No, Roger, not with your penis. I don't mean touch your nose with your penis.
You can call me Saint tonight.
Hello, Mr. Roger.
Looking better, Roger.
Oh, Rod.
You're muted, Roger.
Wait, maybe if we do hand signals, that might help.
Roger, can you hear me? Because your mic is not connected, it's saying. It says your microphone's not connected.
Oi, Angela.
Yes.
They say to get over someone, get underneath someone, and look who's underneath me. Okay?
Well, you kidding me?
Yeah.
Who's underneath you?
Hold on. That reminds me as well. I have not got my pictures, have I? Because I got.
Right, let's try something else then.
Oh yeah,
I can hear you now, Roger.
Roger,
I can hear you now, Roger.
You speak English now. There we go.
Roger.
All right.
Roger.
Like a worm.
DJ Sonic, stick both hands up in the air.
No, can't hear you, Roger.
I haven't seen DJ Sonic in age. Oh, no. Look, he's not got his shirt on now.
Can't hear you, Roger.
We heard you a minute ago. Some other things off, so I've got no. No, we got you. We got you.
I can hear you now. Well, we can see you.
Very good point.
Right, let me get my
phone. I've downloaded in StreamYard. Okay.
Let me get Scott's favourite.
Oh, what's going on here?
Hold on 1 second.
Is anyone coming on?
I recently reinstalled my computer. I downgraded back from Windows 11 to Windows 10. So I'm just having lots of problems with it. So pretty much I managed to back up most things, but all my OBS stuff is gone. So I'm gonna have to start fresh, which has really pissed me off. That out of everything else.
That would teach you for doing grading.
Right, Tina, Tina, I've just seen your message.
It's worth it.
Skype. No problem, Tina. It's not an issue. I hope you feel better soon.
I've had so many more.
And I've seen a couple of other messages pop up from you, and I will look at those a bit later on. But thank you for letting me know. Right, TC, is that really you in the back there, big fella?
And
is that really
don't squirm too much, you on top of me.
Oh, Tagline's coming on.
There we go. Right, hold on.
Issues. Yeah, I'm having fucking loads of them.
Oh my god, my phone's microphone.
There we go. Hold on, where is he?
This all worked last time.
There you go. Perfect.
Give us a wave, TC.
Oh.
Or not. Go on then. There you go. So how the hell is everybody? Look at Lucifer sitting there with his halo.
Not bad.
Dan, put the names up. Put the names up we've got already.
Oh, somebody fucking about changing the names again.
No. See mine?
Saint
Lucifer got a hell. In that case, then.
Fuck, man, he's even got a halo above his head, look.
Yep. Of course.
There we go.
That's mad. I need to get a couple of wee red horns or some shit.
Everybody hearing me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
Hello. 1 2 1 2.
Yes.
2 3 4.
Yes. We can definitely hear you, Roger.
Oh, it's like an echo.
Got an echo.
Got an echo.
Got an echo.
What's that? Hallway light off.
Got an echo.
God of helmets.
I don't know what's going on here.
Can somebody in the chat just let Roger know that we can hear him?
Yeah, the thing is, I can't hear you.
Oh, right.
Why is it such an echo?
It's because I think Roger's got the sounds coming through his speakers rather than through his headphones, maybe.
No, I'm trying to. I changed everything around, and I don't know what's gone wrong here.
Can you hear us now, Roger?
Well, that will teach you for changing things around, won't it? I've got something.
I'm thinking that's on here. Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking you to turn it down, please, for a minute, while I try and sort out here. Because I'm not getting sound on StreamYard.
Have you checked your sound settings on StreamYard?
Technical difficulties at its finest.
Right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I've got an echo, so I've got something else on somewhere. No.
Well, we can all hear the echo, so it's coming from somebody
else.
It's coming from the missus. Blame the missus.
Bear in mind, I can't respond to any chat because I can't actually get that up on the screen for some reason.
Roger,
on the StreamYard, on the right hand side of your StreamYard page, you should have four links: comments, banners, or 2 links.
No, all I've got is private chat and comments.
Yeah, click on the comments one.
Yeah.
And it should open a comments.
Yeah, but I can't see anywhere on it where I can actually type in.
Oh, right at the bottom.
Yeah, for some reason it won't take me right to the bottom.
Man, I can't type in on StreamYard neither. There's just no option there for me. Neither.
Yeah, it's these weird. I've got weird. Normally I have 2 screens open, and I'm trying to work tonight off of one.
No, it's fun. I'll tell you what to do, Roger. Go back to the YouTube page.
Yeah.
And above on the live chat section, you've got 3 little dots in the top right hand corner.
Yeah.
Click on that.
Right, hang on. Yeah.
And then click on pop out chat.
Right, I've got. Oh God, what's all this? This is something else I ain't done before. Haha, hang on. Right, yeah.
And all you do is just resize your screen, your StreamYard screen, to fit the comment section, which you can manually change the side of to the side of it.
Can I just say, if Scott mutes himself 1 second.
Right. No, that's actually the YouTube screen I've got there.
Yeah, it's Scott that was echoing.
Yeah, it should have opened in a new window. The chat should have opened in a new window.
Yeah, it's the way this computer works. It's I don't know.
No, if you then change your tab that you're looking at, if you change that to StreamYard.
Yeah, got that.
You can even close the YouTube tab, and the comments will still stay there.
It's all right. I'm just going to make sure I can put a. Yep, that's all working now.
All sorted. Right. That echo was coming from Scott. I did mute you, Scott, for a moment. That echo that we were hearing was coming from your side for some reason.
You've probably got the.
But you can unmute yourself when you want to. So how is everyone?
Yeah, good. Getting better.
Not looking forward to tomorrow.
So tomorrow you've got hospital tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, getting me right arm done.
Right. It's all that wanking.
No, apparently they're going to be slicing up there and going in.
Well, 75 years of wanking will do that to a man.
I'm left-handed, so fuck off. I'm definitely not 75, you cunt. I feel it.
I mean, it would be different if we said you look it, but
yeah, I know, I feel it. If you told me yesterday,
yourself, Roger. Obviously, you've been a bit.
Yeah, not too bad now, mate. Since I lit the hornet's nest of light in the hospital in the NHS, they seem to be bending over backwards to try and help me. They're just constantly ringing me now.
Really? Well, at least you're getting something out of them. At least you're getting something out of them.
It's mainly my GP that has done all the work, and the girls round there. You know, they couldn't believe the response they've been getting from the hospital when they've been ringing on my behalf. You know, they rung 4 appointments departments and couldn't even get an appointment.
Really?
Yeah. It's ridiculous. But I still get a lot of fuzziness now and again, and I get tired, but the headaches are starting to die down. And
cool.
And I'm getting back to my old self, as people have probably seen from my videos.
Yeah, I've noticed a couple of videos go up, so I'm glad you're feeling better.
Hey, has anybody else got anything unusual on the desk in front of them?
Unusual as in what?
Like what?
Dead fish.
Jelly babies.
No, I can't say there's anything unusual in front of me apart from my massive cock having to lean on the desk.
I'll tell you what, if you had with the length of this, mate, you'd be well proud.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want it on the end of your nose as a fucking pimple. Let's put it that way.
I picked it up on the beach when we were on holiday. It's a complete skeleton of, including scales of a pipefish.
Oh my word! Cool. Oh God, that's fish.
So I'm going to up and mount it.
Good night, Psycho.
Mount it, you know, you dirty buggers. But
good night. Dan's more likely to have dead moose and birds underneath his bed.
Yeah.
Hello, the missus.
Yeah, we yeah, I had last week. No, not last week. Yeah, this week gone. Smudge decided to bring me some presents. First of all, it was a dead, which he put on my bed, right in the fucking middle. And then I realised that was there. And then when I went to get something to pick it up with, I noticed there was half of a bird, the lower half of a bird, that was quite fresh because the blood had been smeared across the floor as well. But the complete top half of it was missing.
Lovely.
And I managed to get rid of them and clean up. And then a bit later on in the day, he decided to bring a live mouse in, which he then let go to go running rampant in my bloody bedroom. I did manage to catch him, but it was not easy. And when you've got chronic fatigue, even running after the cat tires you out. Never mind running after a bastard.
Can I just suggest maybe, like, by praising the cat a bit more, like going, oh, that's good boy, and then like they might not think like you need to bring presents back for you so often. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's their contribution to the family unit. You feed them, they want to feed you.
Well,
you know what? No, my cat, he can't even catch a cold. I'm not even joking. Yeah, he's brought back a dead hedgehog. He's brought back a dead fox. But he's brought back half the wing of a bird, and he shares his food with the hedgehogs outside. He's not right in the head. He's just.
Mine's too old and fat to catch anything.
Well, yeah, same as Pablo.
I was on a live video chat in Discord at the time he brought the bloody mouse in, and I said, I just thought to myself, do you know what? It is nature. Okay, it's nature. So maybe I should just let him do what he needs to do, because ultimately, look, cats eat mice, right? And it helps keep a population of mice down, the same as birds eat insects and everything else, and it keeps an equilibrium. So I just thought to myself, I'll just let him have it. Just get it out of here and let him have it. But then I got told off by several people, you can't do that, it's out of order. Poor little mouse. Shouldn't have got caught then, you stupid idiot. You know what I mean?
It was funny as fuck watching you run about after that moose, man. Had to stick that Benny Hill theme tune on. It was funny as fuck.
If you don't want to get eaten, don't get fucking caught. It's quite simple, isn't it?
Yeah. Well.
Funnily enough, I went outside the back garden a few days. I think it was yesterday actually, and I noticed in the grass, because
Gabby
cut the grass every now and again. And buried deep in the grass was a huge white bird, and I was like, "That's a bird. That ain't no mouse." And I thought, well, it'd been dead for a while. I just
sea chicken.
So either it somehow died somehow out of the sky, or one of my cats has brought it back and just left it in the grass. Not even eating it, just left it in the grass. Yeah,
can hear you now, mate.
Yeah, man.
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
God knows. It's got all snow. It's like whatever was going on with Rod, it affected my tablet. I couldn't get the speaker on. I couldn't get it. Just
you are breaking up. You are breaking up a lot. Your signal's not very good.
It's gone all slow and lethargic. It's terrible.
It's drunk.
Oh, must have rubbed off.
That's the internet for you sometimes.
So,
pain in the arse.
Jurgen brought a bird home the other day. He was playing with it at the end of the drive, still alive. I just left him to it. But yeah, again, listen, at the end of the day, right, if you don't want to get caught, if you don't want to get eaten, don't get caught. It's quite, you know what I mean? Most
of the time, they'll only play with them for a while and let them go anyway.
Well, I did video Smudge playing with a mouse a few weeks back in the backyard, and he was literally throwing it up in the air. I don't know what he done with it, but
playing with it.
Yeah, throwing it around. Timothy, any updates on civil disobedience? I feel like he's secretary. Civil Jamie. I spoke to him a few weeks ago. I haven't spoken to him since, but I spoke to him a few weeks ago. Obviously, it's not my place to tell anybody what he's up to or what he's been up to or any of that stuff.
Still having legal issues, Jenny.
But he's wrapping up and finishing up some of his legal problems that he was having, and I'm hoping he's going to come back soon. I would love to get him onto a live stream here before he goes back on his channel. That would be awesome. But we'll
know he's back on.
Yeah, but we'll see. But yeah, he is okay. he is okay.
Yeah, much love to Jamie. He's a geezer.
Yeah.
So,
move your big black ass.
I beg your pardon.
Talking to the cat sat on mouse, man.
Oh, Jesus, I thought you were talking to one of us. Move your big black ass. Jesus.
So, for those of you, hang on a second. For those of you who weren't on at the beginning of the live stream, just to reiterate something I said at the beginning, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start doing once a month on one of these live streams. Is going to be a members only live stream, and it's not to cut people out. Okay, it's just for the people. For the people that the people that have supported the channel through Patreon or through channel memberships, obviously one of the perks of that was a private live stream, which I've not done yet, but which is now something that I'm going to start doing. There are people that help out through Patreon. I'm going to close Patreon down, my Patreon page. And I'm going to start asking people if they want to support to do it through YouTube. Now, YouTube does take a bit more money, but I cannot, if I set a live stream to members only, I cannot bring people in that aren't members of the channel. So the people that are on Patreon, I can't bring them in. Unless there's another way round it, which I'm still looking into. Okay, but I will let you know in advance when this is gonna happen. But just to let people know that we'll start doing the members only live streams soon. And again, I understand some people aren't in a position to help, and I get that, totally understand. And again, it's not
on the members only.
Sorry,
Are you going to be sat in your underpants like OnlyFans?
Oh no, I'll be completely naked. I won't be in my underpants. I'll be completely naked.
Dan, be honest.
Welcome to Dan's Station.
There is a.
Can I just say that, Dan?
Yes, Princess Angela.
Can I just say though, do you know like people in the chat and like that donate regularly, like quite large amounts sometimes?
Yeah.
I just think maybe, I don't know, I know that certain people aren't members of any channels, but they donate on every channel that they go to, like quite significantly.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, could there not be an exception for certain people like that? Because
it's the way that YouTube do it. Okay, the way YouTube works. If I set a live stream to members only, I mean, I could potentially set up again, everybody would have to get involved in it, a mailing list just for members and Patreon, and then I can send out to those people a link without sending it to anybody else, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then those people can come onto a private live stream on StreamYard, for example.
I don't donate through any of that Patreon or anything else, do I?
Yeah, no, I get that. I get no. Again, you're not missing out because you're still going to get 3 weeks out of the month on these live streams.
Dad, I want a full 4 weeks, Daniel.
But
there is an alternate route, but I mean, I've played with Patreon in the past, and I know that there's like stories it called, or there's like things you can like post on your Patreon, and the only way to actually see it is like it gives you like a snippet of it without if you're not a member or a member of that specific Patreon, whatever it is you buy, it will only show you a snippet of the announcement, the update or whatever, and you have to buy to see the full thing. So it could be
true. That's true, but the thing is, some people support through channel membership, which is nothing to do with Patreon. So therefore, I could do it for Patreon, but not for channel members, or I could do it for channel members, but not for Patreon.
Yeah, you'd need a centralized way of like getting it out to everyone, which might be more of a hassle. I actually thought it was fairly easy to. I mean, I've not really used it. I've just messed about with it, in my spare time in the past,
Sorry.
but they say that Patreon's better, but I don't know, Google and their great, and the fact they're greedy baskets, they take quite a lot of the money. What is
Yeah,
it,
that's the reason that Patreon's better. I mean, I could go and set up a PayPal thing. Okay, I could set up a PayPal thing and create different levels that people can support monthly. I can do that, but I don't want to do that.
Make a load of money, don't they?
Well, they do, but they take less. They take less than anybody else.
Yeah.
Than either, they because through Patreon you've got to pay Patreon a fee plus a PayPal fee. Through YouTube, you've got to pay a 30 or 35% or whatever it is percent of whatever people give you, which is ridiculous. Through PayPal, it's just something like 2 point something percent or something like that. So I could do it that way, but again, it's getting people to, I don't want to. It's really difficult because some people have been doing Patreon for so long, and other people
Buy me
prefer.
a coffee's a good one.
But yeah, buy me a coffee. But again, I don't know if you can do a monthly thing on that, and that's what I want to do. The people that support in on a monthly basis are the ones that are generally helping me to keep things running. And it's not a lot. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making shitloads of money, but which is why it's difficult when problem comes up with a computer. It still takes me a while to be able to save the money in order to get it fixed. Because
you probably get £4 within.
I'm not like some of these channels with several hundred subscribers on Patreon or channel members. And don't get me wrong. I appreciate all the help people give, and I really do.
Look at these huge channels that have like millions and millions of subscribers and like viewers and everything like that. Like they've actually shown like the statistics of their channels, and because I think I'm not 100% veered into it, but I think the way YouTube works in regards to revenue is not just regarding ads, but also the amount of views you get kind of tallies up to how much money you get. That is, of course, if your video is optimized and they don't try and demonetize it for crap and claim that it's against the community guidelines or whatever. But you'll see that even someone with thousands of views on a video might get you, maybe, for example, it could give you 20-30 quid, you don't know. Whereas like more views you get, the more money. Well, I guess that kind of tallies into it, but it's not 100% accurate. There's lots of the algorithm's weird with YouTube, but it's also very sophisticated at the same time.
Be back in a minute.
It takes into account. It takes into account.
How does that work out of interest?
Just 1 second, Scott. Sorry. With regards to, what I was going to say.
With regards to, I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. Okay.
Views, that's it.
It works on lots of things. It works on how much of the video somebody watches, which is one of the reasons why I've taken the end screen off. So people watch, basically more of the video. Because normally when people get to the end of video and it fades out, and then people know that they're going to get the outro, so people will click off, and that means that people aren't watching as much of the video as possible. So I've taken that outro off, so that people watch slightly more of the actual video itself. Thank you, Mickey. So it takes into account that. It takes into account the number of views. Obviously it takes into account the number of times your video is clicked on when it shows in somebody's feed. The amount of time somebody stays within your channel as well is another factor. So there's lots and lots of factors with regards to that. The other thing as well is with regard, the Patreon, going back to that, the Patreon, some of the levels on the Patreon, there's like 6 levels, I think, and it goes from, I think it's $1.99, and I think the maximum is £35. But on the channel memberships, all I've got is I think it's a $1.99, a $4.99, and I think a $14.99. So it's cheaper. If anybody wanted to support me, it's a lot cheaper on the channel memberships than it is on Patreon. Anyway. So again, it's not about getting as much money as I can for people, which is why I've only done 3 levels on the channel memberships and make them lower than the ones on the Patreon. Do you see what I'm saying? So, as I say, it does all help. Anything helps. So, sorry, Jack. I just want to speak to Scott now.
Can you turn Scott's mic up, Dan?
I don't know if I can.
You can.
No, it's up full.
Okay.
Dan, can you hear me through this microphone?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right through this microphone? Yeah.
Yes, mate. Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I've just realised what my issues were earlier. I stood on the other set of headphones and pulled the bloody wire out. I had them plugged in, and of course they're not working.
Scott, you wanted me to explain something.
Yeah, because obviously I've contributed, but I've done it my own other little way, as you know, Dan. Because obviously a family. But it would obviously be a lot cheaper for me if you're doing channel subscriptions at £2. Because I was reading Holly's comment and Tiffany's, and I contributed more than what that would cost me in a year already. So I'm happy to. The only thing I don't like doing is because I don't like this. They take all your details and this and that and so on and so forth. That's why I've done it the other way that I've done it, Dan. But if to be a subscriber, do you have to put your bank details in and they take it out monthly? Do they? I take it.
They do, I believe. Yeah, that's the only way that they'll do it because it's the safest way. I think you know what's going out each month. You're also covered because it's going directly from your bank. So if there was an issue, if they took too much, for example, you've got
right if you've got some in the bank.
Recourse. But again, some people
you can when you want it to come out, for example.
I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But I know there are some people that have and I'm so grateful. But there are some people that have contributed. What I would class as extraordinary amounts. And I'm so thankful and grateful to everybody that supports the channel. But when it comes to the membership side of thing, I mean, $1.99 is the lowest one that I've put on there.
That's fucking. Anyway, afford that. Come on, you know what I mean.
And if everybody that likes to support just chucked a couple of £1 in a month, it would make a massive difference. And I might even be able to afford to pay somebody to come and set this shit up for me properly.
I wish I could afford somebody to come and set mine up.
Yeah. If they all chipped in £2, the old young Filipino boys can start coming round.
I'm not Jimmy Carr.
I've got to say, TC's a bit of a dapper. Sorry, Scott.
Dan, what about if someone like me that is obviously, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I class myself as part of the family, and I've contributed this year. But what about if someone didn't want to do it that way, but was able to sort of go, right, Dan, this is my subscription for a year, and bung you 40, 50, whatever quid to get me?
Because the way that YouTube is set up, it doesn't allow me to do it that way. It won't allow me to bring you into a members only live stream. I mean, there might be a way around it. As I say, for example, I might be able to set up a private one on StreamYard and email the link out to people that are members. I might be able to do it that way, but that then would require everybody that supports the channel, financially, to be a member of that list. And some people might not want to be part of a list. Do you know what I mean? And obviously, I don't do anything with that list. As anybody that subscribed to the other list, you've never received anything
on your normal mailing list. That goes out to anybody that subscribes to it, that's signed up for it, doesn't it? So anybody could click on it.
Yeah, that one does. Yeah. So it would need to be. If somebody said, right, is, for example, 40 quid, that's however many months worth of £2. Then I'd put you on the list. I could put you on the list manually.
Because that's only £24 a year. That's peanuts. Peanuts, mate.
Yeah. Again, it's a case of trying to figure out how to get everybody that supports the channel a link to come on to the private live stream.
I think because you quite frankly deserve to earn money, Dan. that you should set a precedent to everyone that's genuine, that comes on it and say, look, whatever way you want to pay me, it's X amount, whether it's through the PayPal, whether it's through the Patreon, whether it's through your direct debit of how I've done it with your bank. All of us that are genuine, I've got no problem with doing that. I'd whack that over straight away and go, that's me for a year, and job done. And likewise, I'm sure it's the same. You get me, brother? I've got no problem with you 30, 40 quid.
No, I understand. I understand. As I say, it's not. It's just, it's not me that's trying to be awkward. The way that Patreon doesn't connect with the YouTube members doesn't connect with Patreon. There's no central way of being able to get everybody that is a member to receive or to look at or to get the link to the video unless they're on some kind of a mailing list. So there's lots of different things that I've got to think about in order to try and work this out, which is why I thought it was best to get people to become channel members. Number one, it's cheaper if they want to be, pay less, which is absolutely fine by me. Again, it's not about trying to get as much money as I can out of people. So there's 3 levels which are less than the levels on Patreon. It still helps. It still goes towards keeping me running and all the rest of it.
No, you are 100% of to do it, Dan. You've been too good for 3 years. Everybody loves you, and you have a right with all the time that you're putting in to earn some sort of money to top up the benefit. Though that's a given. That's a fucking given. I've got no problem with that. I've done already that. I've already done that.
As I say, it's a case of trying to figure out how to do it more than whether I want to do it, because I do want to do it, because I think it's only fair to give back to some of the people that contribute regularly. But again, the way that things are set up out of my control make it very awkward for me to be able to do it. So let me have a think about how I can do it, and I'll see if I can come up with a way of doing it. But I'm not sure if I can.
Me personally would like to do it the way I did it this year, whereas I just put it straight in.
Right. So, one sentence. Danny, did you not get your baseball cap? If you haven't, then you need to message me with which one you want, and I'll get it sorted for you. I can check, by the way, whether you've had it or not. I'm just asking you. Right. So, not all Joes. Can you show your face on camera?
Sonic.
In the background. I won't bring you on if you don't want to say. I won't bring you on until you go back to what you're showing.
Right. Sorry about you saying there, TC.
So what you want about me? I'm a dark horse. What have I done?
I was Dan was on about like setting up computers or something like that. I was just saying, you're a bit of a dap hand when it comes to that shit. You know more than me, anyway.
Computers are easy to do.
To a certain extent.
Someone did say something in the chat, which I did read a while ago, but just letting you, Dan and Scott talk.
Thank you, time.
Dan, before I go, have you heard of PC Philpott?
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Let's just talk bail conditions for a minute.
Is it regarding
if, for instance, you've been arrested and you've been given bail conditions, i.e. to stay away from certain people in certain areas and all the rest?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why is that okay for them to do it to us, but it's not okay for them to do it to a copper?
It's not okay for them to do it to us.
One rule for them and one rule for us.
The reason why I ask is, like I said, Dan, if you want, I'll sling it over your way. Judgment of dated the 19th of this month. PC Philpott, domestic violence, coercive behaviour, blah, blah, blah. Bail conditions to stay away from his wife and what have you. Took it to the High Court, and the High Court ruled it's illegal to do it.
Right, I'll need to have a look at that. So yeah, send that over to me. I've got 2 more people sitting here waiting to come in, so let me just bring these in.
That no more James says he hasn't got a face. I'm concerned.
Hasn't got a face. Oh, is that in the private chat?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Mickey.
I need to tell you about the revolution that we're starting.
Mickey's right at the he's right at the fibers. La 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 la.
Hey.
Just especially for Tiffany. Especially for Tiffany, we've got the Irish boys coming on now.
Oh, umbrellas at the fucking ready. Whoa.
Make sure you're standing up, Tiffany. We don't want you leaving a mess.
Hiya, Danny.
Hello, how you doing? Paul, congratulations, I believe you're now in a relationship.
Evening, guys. Thank you very much. And you actually do know the wee girl because you're on friends with her on Facebook. Do you want to shout in hello? No, she's going to sit there quiet on the messages for us.
Oh dear.
Thank you very much, by the way, Danny.
I'm happy for the pair of you.
Man. Hiya, Taff. Really appreciate that there. Taff, splash, splash. We're back.
Danny.
Hello.
Who's he shacked up with? Someone in the chat room, Paul?
No, it's somebody off of Facebook. It's somebody that I'm friends with on Facebook.
Oh, go on, my brother. Oh, you know the one, son.
Hey,
Get in there.
Well, she chased me up. She's sat me balls now.
Hey guys, have you got any of the channel paddlers near you living in tents over there now? They bloody filled Ireland, haven't they?
What's that? Sorry?
The channel paddlers, the ones coming across the channel, they filled Ireland with them and they're putting them in tents over there now because they got no room for them.
Doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. No, I actually used to fuel up there in Diesel Alley over in France. And any time I fueled up there, I had anywhere between 35 to about 50 of them all around me. And there was actually lorry drivers getting knifed at that time as well.
Fuck.
Right. Guys, I shall be back in just a second. Cat needs feeding. He's at the door bitching, so I'll be back in just a second.
Henry needs feeding.
That's a euphemism.
You mentioned Henry. Henry is now coming out.
Well, he says the cat needs feeding. That's the euphemism. He knows that.
There's a talk about Henry now again.
Definitely not Henry Crinkle.
No, that Hoover's not getting any fucking teeth.
Henry's just wheeled himself in and giving him the wink.
Something I wanted to clarify, RJ. I know you messaged it like a long time ago, but Discord is a good idea. But problem is not everyone has Discord. Not everyone's that tech savvy with it, so it wouldn't be a viable source.
I think Discord, to be honest with you, I find Discord.
Discord's okay. It's just the thing is it won't get to everyone if there was like a members only section in Discord, because not everyone has Discord that's a member of the channel.
No, okay.
So I wanted to kind of clarify that because I'm
I just think because Dan puts many does a video, he's always like updating Discord. I think that's probably why, because the majority of people on here talk on Discord. I think that's getting that.
Well, whenever Dan uploads a video, it automatically the bot posts the video in the channel in the Discord. It's automatic. So it doesn't go do anything. Yeah.
Father Roy Horning in the chat.
I'm actually glad we got no Joe Public today.
Yeah. It's quite a revolution, you know.
Looks like StreamYard kicked me out for mentioning something I shouldn't have then. That was YouTube.
What did you say?
I
said, what did you say?
It was about the channel paddlers, the guys coming across the channel.
Fuck.
The sound keeps going weird here now.
Yeah, you won't. Joe Public and the other retards aren't on tonight because this is a members only. This is
I seem to be the only one in there that ain't frozen.
Joe Public is just a complete prick.
Yeah, well, I said that to him that many times.
I won't disagree with you.
I don't even know how many times I told him he's a prick last week. I mean, he's a lot worse than a prick, but that's literally the only thing I could think of at the time.
I think to be fair, he has got his good qualities, but he just really let himself down a lot, doesn't he, sometimes?
And then he's making more videos on the police.
So everybody's got at least a good quality.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, if they've got more shit qualities than good qualities, that good quality means nothing.
I was just about to say his good quality is being shit.
Roger.
Probably just
I
hides
will
it very,
sling you a
very
judgment over, Roger. If you want it, I'll sling
Can
you.
you not hear us? Can you hear us, Roger?
Nothing beats an Irishman when you're unwell.
Roger, can you hear us?
I met a good Englishman then, isn't it? What's going on?
Roger.
Waving away.
Roger, 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 Roger.
What's her name?
Oh, he's gone. I think he's having a bit of an issue.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing with keyboard warriors nowadays is they can say whatever they want on the internet, and then when you call them out on it, and you call lies and everything like that, and they've got no proof whatsoever, and you're calling you scammer, they're calling you this, calling you that. That obviously has consequences because you could have. I mean, people's careers. There's lots of news stories. People's careers have been ruined, somewhat similar to the situation you was in, Dan, when he was accusing you of being a scammer and everything. People's careers have been ruined over stuff like that or stuff similar to it. Look at Johnny Depp, right? Although that's a completely different scenario, but he's been picked and nicked as the abuser when actually it's been her abusing him. And then she tried to get the court to appeal the verdict and claim a mistrial and get a new trial, and the judge said no, do one. But yeah, like and then and not only that, if you heard, the news were making stuff up, right? So if you remember if any of you actually watched any of the testimonies or whatever that he gave or whatever, he said at one point that he wouldn't. Can't remember the quote exactly, but he said that he would never do another Pirates movie again or whatever. And then he mentioned was it 300 alpacas or something like that? I can't remember.
Yeah, he wouldn't go back to Disney if they paid him like 1 million alpacas or something, would it?
Yeah, and he stuck with that the whole time because news stories were saying, oh, he's accepted a deal from Disney and he's coming back and he's going to be doing Pirate Sex or whatever, and he said no, he's not, because then he would have been lying.
Johnny Depp's the bollocks, right? He's one of the best human beings that walk this earthly world, and he will never sell his soul to Disney. And they can whistle Dixie, mate. He will never, ever work for them again.
No, he won't. No, he won't. And
he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. Listen, after the publicity and everything else from the trial, he will get any job that he fucking wants now.
Oh, fuck it. Easily.
Such a lovely geezer. Such a lovely geezer. He could just tell all about Johnny Depp. He's just got great qualities. He's never let go of from the day he was born from his early mother. And that Amber Heard,
you know
what? Mate, absolute disgrace he is.
Not the films he's been in. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Cry Baby, the Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, that's kind of the same, but
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Edward Scissorhands.
Lots of different. Edward Scissorhands. Is it Alice in Wonderland or Adventures in Wonderland? I don't
Thelma and Louise. Remember when he said Thelma and Louise? Young Johnny Depp, Thelma and Louise.
He's been in a ton of movies, right? And it pains to see that someone as famous as he is can have accusations made against him, and it go on. Bearing in mind that these accusations and everything are coming out from 2016 onwards. So this has been going on for what, 6 years? That this has been going on for, you could say. Officially, I mean, it might have been going on before, but I did read that it was like 2016 onwards that it all started.
Well, I think now, Jake, we need to start having courtrooms broadcast to the general public because the court.
Oh, definitely.
That's as close as you can get it.
Absolutely vile. It's absolutely backward at it, and we need to broadcast it. I believe all court trials now should be broadcast to the general public.
Objection hearsay.
You won't be able to do it.
Honestly, no, but on a serious note, though, I just haven't making a joke, but that would be a good idea if only that was a thing in America, pretty much in any country that has a judicial system.
It doesn't need to be an idea now. It needs to start happening. There's no justice in court anymore. I can vouch for that. I've just been wrong and guilty. There's no justice. There was no evidence. We had evidence, and she still got over the line. So if that's broadcast to the general public, then there's going to be a backlash of people going, fuck off, he done nothing wrong, you 12 people have got it wrong, and I think it needs to be broadcast to the general public.
Right. Well, let me respond to that because I had a conversation with TC a couple of weeks back or last week, and the High Court, I think it was, or the Court of Appeal, which I suppose is basically the same thing, turned round and said that they're pissed off with the Magistrates' Court getting things wrong. So, I mean, I might be explaining this slightly wrong, and TC will correct me if I am. But basically, they're saying that you know, and I'm paraphrasing here, they've said that the Crown Magistrates Court fucking things up, and then they keep ending up with appeals and stuff like that. So what they're suggesting is to actually video every all of the trials, all of the courses. I think it's even down to magistrates. I think it goes down that far. Video them, but it won't be live streamed. It won't be streamed like in America. It will be recorded and it will be saved onto some hard drive somewhere. And then I presume what they're going to do is pick and choose which case they upload for members of the public to see, in an attempt to try and look transparent, whilst also, no doubt, covering up and hiding ones that make them look bad.
Right. Dan, sorry, Dan, let me just jump in here. Jump over to my Discord, Just Friends. You'll find the legislation I've just posted about an hour ago in there about it.
Right. Well, there's no point in doing it now. I can't get into because it's too much to go through in here on this. Right? I'll do it in a video.
All the way down to the Crown Court, and it is all going to be recorded, and it is all going to be done for public transparency.
But let me just
surely that would make it a public record.
Listen, guys, all this appeal is a load of bollocks because if you haven't got money, you don't get the appeal.
That's not true, Scott.
That's not true.
I've just been through it.
No, Scott, I went to appeal and I won, and I did it through legal aid.
No, it doesn't happen because when we appeal our things in court in front of the judge. Kemmel. So the written response back that I got from my barrister, as much as he said we're going to appeal that indecent exposure life from the neighbour, we were told that we couldn't appeal it because we brought up the appeal things to the judge. If we had a shut our mouth, we might have been able to appeal. When I rang up a different barrister, because I've been so affected by it, I was told that they don't take it on because of the cost. It could come up to £20,000 to appeal. Yeah, but you can get legal aid though.
Yeah, but you can get legal aid. 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 Yeah, but you can get legal aid
No, you can't, babe. If any
I
of you want
did.
to try
I
and get
got
me,
it myself, Scott. I got it myself.
well, I'm telling you now, it don't happen. So I've even
Hang
rang
on a
up.
second.
You have to do it within so many days of the conviction. You have to do it with so many days of conviction, and then you.
And
You can't say it doesn't happen when someone is sitting next to you saying it did happen.
You might
But
also,
when I was-
you might also find, sorry to jump in, but you might also find that depending on what solicitor you've got, they might not want to do that amount of work for legal aid, so they might talk you out of it and say they can't do it. Then solicitors can be like that.
Oh, you bit the nail, Ed. You bit the nail on.
So some of them will, and that's proven. I mean, Angela's done it, and I've seen the paperwork. You know, so I know that some of them will, but some of them won't. So, you know, for example, Angela. No, I don't mean. I'm not going to talk about the ins and outs of it. It's not my place. But Angela's issue was quite a big one. So when it came to it, the solicitor probably thought, well, this is going to do me good. That's what solicitors think. It's all about them. It's not about the person. They think, right, this is going to do me good. This might get me some more clients, and it'll get me some exposure and this, that, and the other. But there's a lot of other cases that they're just going to go, oh, I can't be doing all the work for this.
My mate Gary said, Scotty, if you had 30 grand to chuck at this, I'd be taking this on.
Do you know what though, Scott? Do you know, honestly, yeah, when I went and got legal aid, it was meant to be going to judicial review on what happened to me with my ex-partner, and we got the legal aid certificate for that. But then we went past the timing for it because you have so much time. But we went past due to it being over the Christmas and like New Year period, and we missed it by a day, and they wouldn't accept it. Even that was like £35,000 that cost me for that certificate. Well, not cost me, but the legal aid, and that was a civil case.
Well, I'm going to be speaking to my constituency about this because someone's been trying to help me with it. But I can tell you now, when I was in court, the CPS brief knew one of the jury members. We asked for the jury to be struck off because the jury member was a CPS worker. He was very toffee-plumbed away. I knew he was going to be able to corrupt the whole jury. We asked the jury to be struck off. Judge refused. She hated me and she hated my barrister, who was very young. And then through the trial, she done a BAFTA award-winning act and started spouting bullshit that I've never been arrested for, and there was inadmissible evidence. My brief stood up, got the jury retired, and he said, "This is inadmissible evidence. My client has never been arrested for any threats of rape, any threats of this, any threats of that." And I put it to you that she's just saying this to bolster her lie. And again, the judge allowed inadmissible evidence to be used against me for things I've never been arrested for. And I sat there knowing I was going to be wrongly found guilty. I knew it.
Yeah, miscarriage of justice.
I was fucking disgusting. I cried. I cried when I was in with my brief, and he got hold of me and said, "Scott, I am so sorry." I went, "You've got nothing to be sorry about, Red. We've done our job and we never lied. We had evidence. They had no evidence, and if they're going to believe the words of liars over the words of truthful talkers, then we're up against it, because we had even evidence of an act of God, of a banging on my door, screaming, which you heard, Angela, that time on stream.
I did. I sent you that voice note, didn't I?
That Linda, my ex-girlfriend, heard her banging on my door and video recording me and screaming, but she can video record me going to the shops, she can video record me banging on my door, but she can't video record me of apparently being at something cock and balls at. It did not happen. She's talking bollocks, and I've been wrongly found guilty of something I ain't done.
There you were, Scott. I 100% agree that what happened to you, Scott, was wrong, because the judge allowed evidence that had never been heard by the CPS and never been heard by the police, or nothing. They allowed that to be said in court, and it was completely wrong, and it should never have been allowed. But things are, you meant to appeal within 28 days of it happening. But
this is the worst thing. Listen, this is the worst thing. This judge an absolute disgrace to her profession. You all know what we'll do. We'll put that under threats. What Jen was saying threatened her. I went, threats are right. But what are you joking me? And she be quiet, and all that old palaver. And that was put under the words of threats. But then when Judge Kemmel read the summing up, she actually used her BAFTA award-winning act and dialogued it again. and said, and remember, jury, Mr. Horn apparently swing through the wall that's got to threaten to rape this woman and fuck her in the arse. Something I've obviously never done. Just like I was never outside for 15 minutes and she see me for a spy hole. Now, if you see me for a spy hole and you've been making false calls to police, which you've been doing, you're going to jump around like Zeppeli from the Magic Roundabout and go, gotcha. And you're going to open the door, you're going to take a photograph, you're going to slam the door, and you're going to have photographic evidence of me doing apparently what is alleged. I tell you guys, it never fucking happened, and I was sickened, absolutely sickened, by her Duper's Delight smile. Smiled at me, the biggest Duper's Delight smile, as if to say, I have had you over and everyone but believes me. And
Yeah, I think what you need to do though, you can still apply for transcripts because it was at the Crown Court one. You can apply for transcripts of that, and you can also get like the evidence of what was provided to like yourselves because it'll be identical to the CPS, and then you can take it to the Justice Commissioner or something like that, and they can relook at it.
And any one of you that want to help me, I'm speaking to someone called Anna. She's advised me to go to my constituency because there was no evidence. We had evidence. She's got a history of lying and also inadmissible evidence. And more importantly, there was a jury member that knew her fucking brief. I mean, fuck me. How's that been allowed that a jury member called David knew her brief? And her brief said, I know David. I wouldn't say we're drinking buddies, but I know him. And we asked for the jury to be stuck off to give me a fair trial, and the judge went no. Well, I straight away knew I was fucked up.
I think TC is trying to talk to you.
All right.
Go on, TC.
Right. What I understand is you have actually been charged for indecent exposure in a public place. Is that correct?
Yeah, apparently
right,
on my land.
That's all I need to know. Yes or no? That's all I need to know. So the answer was yes. Now, what I also understand is you live in a block of flats.
I do.
Right. And this took place on the landing.
On the communal landing.
Right. You do realise that is not a public place. And that has been dealt with within the Supreme Court. So therefore, you cannot be possibly guilty of decent exposure in a public place.
Well, they found me guilty.
Yeah, but you need to
listen to me, and you need to appeal it on the grounds the judge erred wrong in law.
Can you all help me then?
That is all you need to do, and you will get that squashed.
And can someone help me then?
Well, Tony's offered, isn't he, in the past?
Well, I've offered Tony to help me. So if Tony wants to take my number and get in contact, then please, I'll give him all the information, my address. He can get the transcript in the court, and he can fill in all the papers. I'll buy him a bit. Because I need help with this. I couldn't believe what was happening. It was absolutely barbaric.
I think it needs to be a lawyer that does it, but it sounds like you've got very least grounds for an appeal, if not grounds for a mistrial.
No, it doesn't have to be a lawyer. You're right.
If it's been heard in the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court, then it's blatantly a just complete. Oh, help me out, TC.
It's a miscarriage of justice. That is all you can say. It's a miscarriage of justice.
Yeah.
The judge has erred in law. That is what it is. In other words, he's made a mistake. That is the correct legal term for a judge.
Yeah.
Erred in law.
When was that? When was that heard in the Supreme Court?
November last year.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it was there. I think. I can't remember the dates. But
is it recent or?
It was pretty recently.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter if it was a year ago or 20 years ago. It's irrelevant.
Right. See you later, Jacko.
That is the end of it.
Easy, Jack.
Yeah, Jacko.
Well, Angela, if you want to help me with that, help me, babe. I'm just any help.
Just to change the subject for a minute, Paul. If I give Karen a whip woo on Facebook, don't get the ump, will you?
I'll do that to his mother. Sat here and she won't even speak to you, Danny. Danny, you're to go and have a wank.
It does that anyway.
maybe later.
Danny boy.
With a
You
little
sat
help
here
from
going,
Henry.
Danny boy.
Hello, Carol.
I hope you're behaving yourself.
I'm always behaving myself.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of.
The Irishman want to tell us something. Oh, not us, maybe you.
Sorry, Angela. What was that?
I think the Irish guys want to tell you something.
Yeah, he just told me to go and have a wank.
I don't think that's what you meant.
Oh, that was an Irish girl.
Oh no! Oh God!
It's
behave
more
yourself now, boys.
interesting than having a wank.
Yeah, behave yourself now, boys. You'll start abusing his server in a minute again.
Go on,
Go on, Henry. Go on, Henry.
Go on, boys. What you got to say?
Henry, run for it.
Go ahead, Pat.
Danny, a few things I was hoping to bring up there tonight. Myself, Darrell, and a few other people here have been busy today. Quite busy with things that's come up there in the paper about the two whistleblowers from Spotlight are actually getting to court on the 4th of August here.
I saw you tagged me in that, and I've grabbed that to do a report on tomorrow.
The other bit they didn't report on that is I'm going to give Darrell this seat here. We've done a wee bit of homework, a wee bit of research there today, so I'm going to give Darrell the floor here.
Right, no worries.
The thing we didn't report on is Chief Inspector.
Right.
He's up in court here for it's believed to be dangerous driving.
Okay. So the PSNI Chief Inspector.
Yes.
Right.
There's four. Sorry for interrupting. There is another 4 or 5 up in court on the same day for other charges. But police, PSNA here is only jumping on board the 2 whistleblowers that are letting people know about the corruption here and other things that's been going on behind closed doors, behind the PSNA. And I will say their name, and I've a lot of time for these people. I've spoke to them. One is Chief Inspector Donna Bowden, that has been removed from service now because she was sent to investigate corruption, other things inside that there. And where was she? Sorry,
I lost you for a minute there.
Sorry. She was sent to do her duty as inspector, inspecting other officers, constables, all that there. And then whenever she went back to report to her superiors, she was put on the spot and put out her job. And so was John McConger. Now, these 2 whistleblowers races, as I say, was on BBC Spotlight. They actually came forward to me on the group. I've spoke to them and whatnot. They've passed me on things. There's been a lot of things going on, but the bit that gets me the fair is why is the press straight away jumping on board these 2 whistleblowers? Whenever are they not meant to be kept immune?
Yeah, they're supposed to be. The press is supposed to be impartial. It's supposed to report on whatever. Okay, whatever's in the public interest, and clearly a chief constable who's up on charges of their own, it's in the public interest to know about that. You know, the same whistleblowers. That obviously, people need to know there's whistleblowers and the information that they're bringing forward. You know, again, it's that. Me being me and the channel that I run, I don't necessarily need to be impartial because people know that the name of the channel is the name of the channel. So what I'm doing is I'm reporting on the bad things, and the name gives it away. You know, so I don't need to report on the good things as well in order to level it out, because there's plenty of other places that do just report on the good things. So for me, I don't necessarily need to be in that bracket as such, but for the actual mainstream media press that is supposed to be impartial, that may have started out impartial, which it never did because they all had a political agenda additionally to start with. But to not report on the chief constable, which is it's the top man. You know what I mean? It's the top man in the force. Of course, people need to know that the person at the top is up on their own charges. For them to not publish that fact, for them to skirt that fact, and just concentrate on the whistleblowers is an attempt to take the attention off of the facts that what's going on at the top of the service.
Yeah, big time. Not
You
only
two
that,
are
interfering in the chat
Sorry, I
again.
need to go in a second. So let me just answer Angela's question. The Supreme Court judgment, Angela, was 2003.
Oh, that's good, Dan. No, it's all right. That's like you say, it didn't matter anyway. I was just thinking because his case was like November last year.
No, and then there's some other ones from 2004, 2005, and 2009.
Okay. Thing though, what you're saying though, it never even happened though. That's the thing.
I'll send them all the judgments so they can do whatever they want to do with them.
Okay, thank you. But thing is though, he didn't even do what he was accused of. That's the madness of it.
Well, right. Let me explain, Angela. Right, whether he did it or not is irrelevant. He was charged with indecent exposure in a public place. Well, he cannot possibly be guilty of indecent exposure in a public place because the place where he's alleged to have took his tattle out was not a public place.
Yeah,
so he cannot possibly be guilty of it.
Okay. Yeah,
Does
okay.
that make sense to you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I see how you
Don't take me the wrong way when I say this. Don't take me the wrong way when I say this. Whether he did or he didn't do it is totally irrelevant. What he was charged with was wrong.
Yeah, I would have gone personally. I would have gone down the route. I think if I hadn't known that case existed, I guess I would have gone down the route of the fact that to do with like court transcripts and the fact that admissible evidence, and then so therefore he had been convicted on false evidence and stuff, like that kind of thing, and to prove that the court and that judge was acting.
The judge got it wrong, and the judge turned around and said straight, he can't be guilty. It's not a public place. It cannot be guilty of it.
Public place is somewhere that is accessible to the public, paid or otherwise, at the relevant time. When you've got to go through a door with a key or a key fob, it makes the inside of that place a private place, the same as, which is why the police stations and council offices.
Well, actually, you're right there, Dan. But one of these judgments that I'm referring to actually go further than that. Now, somebody was arrested with a bladed in possession of a bladed article in a public place. Now, he was in a bail hostel and he got evicted. Now, he was stood outside the bail hostel, just within the gates, right? Which is a public gate, like a gate just like you would walk into your normal garden. He was arrested and charged for it. And he was found guilty. He appealed it, and the Court of Appeal ruled that he cannot be guilty of having a bladed article in a public place, as he was a couple of steps within the boundary of a bail hostel.
What can you imagine, man? I'm just thinking that. Imagine like doing your hedge cutted, and then you're on the other side literally on public property, and then someone says that you threatened them with a hedge cutter, and it was on public property. Like, what would you do?
Well, I think it's different. There's a bail hostel is different. Your boundary of a home, if you're cutting a hedge of a boundary, is your wall or your gate. So your boundary goes up to where the path meets your wall or garden. So if you're within your boundary, even if the shears, I presume, were over that boundary and you was chopping, you were in your boundary at the relevant time, which means you was in a private.
You have to go on the pavement.
Hang on, Angela. Can I answer that question for you? Now, another one of these judgments is a very similar one to what you're referring to. Now, the guy was sat on his windowsill, and from his windowsill to the public footpath was a 2-foot space, and then his fence. He got done for a bladed article in a public space. And what they were saying is because he could simply reach out and slash someone. Again, he was found guilty, appealed it to the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal out back through all these cases that I've just been mentioning and ruled, no, not guilty.
He ain't got 2 foot long arms.
What do you mean 2 foot long arms? Your arms are longer than 2 foot long.
Trust me, they're not. They ain't. I bet it's more me. Hang on a minute. They can't. No way am I on 2 foot long.
Well, of course they are. 2 foot. It's only 24 inches.
2 foot. Like, yeah, they're working inches. That's just completely off my mind. I'm just going to say like 60 centimetres. I'm only like probably.
All right, 2 feet.
Centimetres tall.
Centimetres. Two school rulers. Remember the ruler at school, 30 centimetres? That's a 1 foot ruler.
Yeah, literally. Like.
Your arms are longer than 2 rulers long.
They think they are, you know. No, I don't think they are.
No, we're not. Not that I know of, Roger. Is anyone else having problems with StreamYard's connection?
No.
Mine seems to be okay.
I think it's because I've been talking about a no subjects and they've just jumped on me back again as they've been doing for bloody years.
Roger, would you like me to sling you a nice High Court judgment over about your no subject and a 4-star hotel being not good enough for the no subject?
Oh yeah, they're taking them to court because of their conditions, aren't they?
Oh no! I've actually got the judge. I was actually reading the judgment a week or 2 back, where they actually took the old Secretary of State to court, and the court declared a 4-star hotel was unsuitable accommodation for them.
Yeah, if you go to my channel, mate, there's an email on there. If you can chuck that across, that'd be brilliant.
What I'll do, are you a part of Dan's Discord, aren't you?
No, I only do YouTube.
Well, what I'll do is I'll sling it over to Dan, and Dan can sling it over to you.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant, mate. Holly, can you put the link to my channel in there? Somebody's asking for it.
Can I ask everyone about what they're thinking on railway strikes? I can't say railway.
The industrial action of the rail workers.
Yes, Daniel, that.
Well,
it's all the same as everybody else, isn't it? They just want more money. I mean, we all want more money, but look, most people can't fucking go on a strike because they're not part of a union or they haven't got within their industry, and which is unfair, really. And,
it is.
You know, you're not part of a union if you work for McDonald's, are you? As far as I know,
you can join one.
So they can't necessarily go on strike, legally, I suppose.
A person can, but a group of people can make a union. It doesn't have to be like a union, like what we imagine unison to be. But
this is what the website's all about. The business venture that I'm setting up. It's about setting up basically like a union of call it the alliance. But it's basically about setting up an alliance of people that are in, alternative media. But yeah, so I get it. I understand what you're saying. It's, as I say, it's just that people, when in most of these jobs, when the bosses get wind that people are trying to set up a union, they'll try and get rid of them before they get a chance to.
What do you mean get rid of them?
Try and sack them or make them leave.
I thought you meant kill them. I was like, that's drastic. Jesus. No, what I'm thinking is like, but like train drivers, they get 60 grand a year and they're wanting 10% increase. Greedy, yeah. So, but then what I'm thinking is like carers, that get carers allowance or carers element of UC or whatever. They get that, I think it's 53p an hour. That's just fucking disrespectful, isn't it? So imagine like if all the carers and everyone was on carers element, and everyone on minimum wage just decided to just strike because they're allowed to strike because we don't have to be part of a union. We can just all create one union together. And if we all strike, and then how would the social care like cope with it? They wouldn't cope. The NHS wouldn't cope. Then they needed to start realising that they needed to be more acknowledging towards people like that are on carers allowance and the people that are on minimum wage that don't even ask for a pay rise because they're scared of getting sacked, and like that are just making ends meet day to day. Whereas these train drivers just want they just want an extra 10% because they want to enhance the lifestyle. Whereas people that are on minimum wage are just getting like they're just surviving like day by day. That's my plan. That is my revolution.
Look at the difference. Look at what I used to look like 3 years ago compared to what I look like now. That is bad. That is bad.
Not it.
Look, Lucifer's sitting on my face. Get off.
What again?
Look at the difference. Look at the difference.
That showed you really listening, Dan. Thank you.
That's called
Not
getting
good.
old, mate. Don't worry about
Well,
it.
fucking tell me about it. You beat me to it, Roger.
Long ago, mate. Long ago. Thank you, Tiffany, for putting that up, darling.
Do you not care about a revolution?
We need a revolution.
I just spoke about one. You didn't even listen to me, did you?
I'm listening to you. The problem is,
There you
it's
go,
not enough.
Nathan. There's a link in there for you.
Too many people will turn around and go, "Oh yeah, but we'll get into trouble," and they'll talk themselves out of it, right? Because they're thinking of themselves. They're not thinking of other people. They're not thinking of the future. They're thinking of themselves, and they're thinking of themselves now. And what that does is it doesn't give people the motivation. If people start thinking about how their kids are going to be treated when their kids are working, and all the rest of it, then that would be a bit more motivation to do something about it. But too many people won't. We've got too many woke tards in the world who are, they're more interested in super gluing their hands to something because of fucking the ice caps melting, which they've done through a cycle for millions of years, and yet they're jumping on this bandwagon for some kind of 5 minutes of fame. And too many people are like that these days.
Yeah, but if we create a union, because I'm not saying everyone all of a sudden just everybody go on strike, but if we create a union, then it's down to the government then, and then because say people that get say carers allowance or whatever kind of thing like that, then it becomes that the DWP become in a way their employers, and so it's them that directly have to address it. And so if you get like unions, and that's who do the bargaining, otherwise we're just like, you know what, no, carers are going to go on, are not going to do it. And what they're going to do, just like stop carers allowance because they decide not to do it for a day, but then make like the social care sectors have to pick up the slack. They wouldn't be able to do it. They'd have to do something about it. Getting paid like whatever 47p an hour takes a piss. It's demoralising, and they take advantage of that.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Again, it's number one. It's a massive job trying to set something like that up. And I mean a massive job. You're not doing it for necessarily one sector as such. You want a revolution of everybody that's in that kind of position, doing that kind of, or doing a kind of work that deserves more pay and getting piss all for it. You need to, there's many people out there doing different jobs who are in that situation, and you'd need to try and get them all together in order to make a real statement. I mean, listen, if you can do something like that, then fucking more power to you. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a big job. I don't think it's impossible to do, but I think it's a big job. And I'm not trying to put you down, because somebody does need to do something. So don't take that.
I've started it in my own city, and that's gone into different like charities and stuff, and they're like, "Oh right, yeah, for it." I'm like, "Get in," and so yeah, you just need to like spread it around a bit. Do you know what I mean? And like get other people in different cities to sign up, and it don't have to be everyone. Do you know what I mean? It's just people that feel like they deserve better because they're having to sacrifice their own life to care for somebody. Which, if the government or the social care had to pay, they'd have to pay them a proper wage. Why should they not be paid a proper wage? It's just random.
Well, maybe it's worth speaking to Tina about that as well.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to start the next French Revolution. There you go. That's what I'm doing. Sorry about that.
Tina probably knows some people, some contacts that she's met over the years that might be able to help. So it's definitely worth, I think, speaking to Tina.
Yeah. Definitely. So there we go. Talk about the revolution.
I've just been looking at all this documentation about videoing in courts.
Right.
I had a look of it, and what I understand, and I've put it up for you to have a look at and read through yourself, Dan. We're allowed to go into the court and ask to video it, but we can only video the sentence and remark parts. So when it comes to past sentence, I think, if I'm reading right, then we are allowed to video that.
Okay. Send that one over to us as well.
Let
me just
get to try it. Sorry.
Stuart Gibbons has said a supermarket is a communal area, but still a public place. Now, the difference there, Stuart, is I just want to point out is that at the material time, it was open to the public upon payment or otherwise. Okay, so the doors are open for people to walk in and out as they please at that particular time. If you are trespassed, it then becomes a private place to you, and you're not allowed on that premises. So,
private place with public access.
Yeah, it's got at material time, which is legislation, is at the material time you have access, whether upon payment or otherwise. So the communal area of a building, for example, you have to have a key or a key fob in order to access that place. If the door's open and there's no locker, so if the key fob's blocked, you can't use a key fob, and it's doesn't work. The door's constantly unlocked, and you can make entry at that time. Then it is, I suppose, in the eyes of the legislation, it then becomes a public place because you've got access. But if you haven't got access because you need a key or a fob, then it's a private place, regardless.
Sorry about that, guys. I just noticed the teacup. That's hilarious. Didn't it look
you,
like
son.
an egg?
Calling you an egghead?
I know. I've been called once.
I think it's excellent.
I don't mind.
I think we extorted all these bloody egg jokes. What, about a year or two ago?
Yeah.
Tired.
It's quite exquisite.
Unfortunately, oh, hang on a minute. Oh no, that's not right. What about that one? What does that do? There we go. Is that better?
That's an improvement.
You look like a right bell end.
No, he does.
I'd love to be able to do that. I can't even work the bloody stuff that's in front of me now, and all I'm looking at is a chat and a picture.
You racist.
Chocolate egg, everybody.
Racist.
How about?
No, you got to be diverse. You've got they got both, haven't they?
Is that better?
That's the one.
He's sat in that cup. Right.
Live long and prosper.
How about that?
Aggie.
We have to go on hedgehog.
Exactly.
No, that last one, it's the closest thing you'll get to a female fondling your bottom half.
There we go.
What if you move? I'm sure she's meant to pick you up.
What came first?
Yeah, it's like this one again.
Dan's just been laid.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Speaking of Snapchat, Dan, I'm gonna have to go on a hedgehog hunt. So I'm gonna go.
Have some respect for your elders, will you, people?
I'm not that fucking old, you cheeky twat.
That's what I mean. Have some respect for me. Not bad.
You don't mind me bringing someone up here as well. Norway fan I was wanting to bring up there tonight with you. What we put this here about the security level of the safety of their own officers.
No, it's not security level. It's security breaches.
There's security breaches. Now, these are what I was talking about there about the 4 or 5 other officers, including Chief Inspector Bob Bliming. Now, all the rest of these guys, as I said, the hush is nothing there stating that they're going to court except for their names on court papers, but nothing in the press. But whenever it comes down to the whistleblower, John O'Connor, he is actually still getting paid as an officer. So he's named to go to this court, and the rest aren't. And they're all still serving members.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous that the whole you know they're going about this policing acts, especially over here. I know it's different over there, but they're going about this courts and policing act, whatever it's called. But there's nothing in there, really, as far as I'm aware, that actually affects. How can I put it? That holds the police to account. It's all about keeping us in place. It's all about controlling us.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in there that I've seen yet, and I might be wrong. I might have missed it. I might not have read it yet. But there's nothing in there yet that puts the onus on the police as it should, you know, to get things right. I mean, we've got section 26. Was it section? I can't remember what it is now. Is it on the back of it? Section 26 of the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. We've got here, which is improper use of powers and privileges. But that never gets you. I've never in the history of this channel, 3 years, reported on anybody getting done under that act.
I'm using that one.
But yet we see it all the time. Police abusing their powers for their own gain.
I'm using that one, Daniel.
Oh yeah, well we'll keep an eye on that one, and that'll be an interesting one to bring up if it goes through. But again, it's you know, it's something that's there to hold the police to account, but never gets used. This police crime and whatever the fuck it's called is designed to oppress us even further, give the police more powers to abuse, as we know, but yet none of them are being none of them are being held to account with the new changes.
That's a bit like earlier on. Just a wee bit earlier on, over in Tesco's next door to me here. There's the police, big car park, sitting full. I don't know what's
yeah.
No.
I was all sitting full of plenty of empty spaces, but a police car has to park across disabled bays.
Yeah.
So Darrell and me just got out of the car, just decided to do a wee report. Cut a long story short, the policeman came over, which I did. I've given respect, full blown 3-part identification, but still refused to turn his body cam on, but still kept walking towards me after 5 times I told him they'd stop approaching me.
Yeah.
Well, there's a point there I was getting at. I pulled the code of ethics on him, the whole lot. But I had the reporter badge kept on me because, as I say, I report my own group, so I'm allowed a reporter badge if I'm right. I showed him that there, and basically his words were, "I don't care." They just believe they are a par above everything going.
Yeah.
It's all ego with them. It's all ego. You butter their
100%.
ego, and that's it. They just lose the plot.
See, what makes it worse as well, they were parked in a disabled bay.
Yeah.
Across.
Don't give a shit today.
That
So I
is
just let me. Sorry, I just want to respond to this comment. You could go and visit somebody in a flat, and you don't need a key or fob. You could be buzzed in, and you're members of the public. So basically, what you're saying there is, if somebody came and knocked on your door, your private home, and knocked on your door, and you let them in, that then makes your home a public place. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
we're
still members
no,
of the
let me
public.
just respond to that, please. Let me
Okay,
respond to
start
that.
it there,
I'm sat
please.
reading the judgment right now. I'm sat reading the judgment right now. It is not a public place. They become a lawful visitor. And that is exactly what it says in this judgment. It is not a public place. If, for instance, if the milkman or a postman or a member of the public or family come to visit, they are not in a public place. They are a lawful visitor.
Yeah, because like that comment says, you're still a member of the public, but because of where you are, it does. I mean, that just because you're a member of public in a private place doesn't necessarily automatically mean that's now become public. You're still in a private place, and you're still a member of the public.
Stuart, come on, Stuart. Click on the link in the top of the comments and come into StreamYard, and we can have a proper discussion that way. Because not everybody gets to see the comments as they're talking on on the panel. So come and join us, and we'll have a discussion.
I managed to do it this week. I am a techno god.
Did you say section 28, Dan?
Section 26, Criminal Justice and Courts Act.
Okay, yeah.
I was going to...
section 28, section 26, and also practice code 2. God knows what else. We're also doing the case of Ward v DPP, whatever that is. Oh.
Teth, here's a good night from myself and
a bloody good night from me, Jack. Splash, splash.
Good night from me and a good night for him.
Good night, Aaron.
Stay safe.
Stay safe, guys.
Hey, guys. Take it easy.
Go ahead and bring that up if you want. What was it? What we were talking about there, the safety.
I just changed the date.
No, everything is still there.
Yeah.
All right.
See ya. It's the X button, by the way.
Oh.
It's still there.
It's the one I've been pushing by mistake all night.
Bye.
Good night, Betty. Now, how the fuck do I work this fucking thing here? How do I turn it off?
Is it X?
It says exit studio.
Mine just says leave.
Yeah, mine says leave.
It says, yeah, leave studio, but it's a red X. It's...
Stuart, says leave.
Stuart, the Offences Weapons Act 2019, I think it's section 52, makes an offence to threaten with an offensive weapon, etc., in a private place. So that's what you would get done for if you was in your home or if you was in a communal area.
It could also use putting in fear of your safety as well on top of that.
So regardless if it's private or public, if you're still threatening somebody with an offensive weapon, it's an offence.
Yeah, that's an offence.
Of course it is.
You know what I mean? So private and public doesn't even come into it.
It
still does. It still
Old
comes
Bruce
in
Lee in the background there.
Bruce Lee in the wagon.
Christ, you'd get crucified if you got caught with a set of chucks here.
Is this chat
Have you
private?
Isn't legal over there for the likes of weapons to be hanging up on your wall?
Yeah, it's an offence now.
You can get done for certain ones, yeah. But if you've got a collection of like samurai swords or something like that, you can register it legally.
Nice. Very
Just
nice.
come across them there. Now, I haven't bought anything in years. I gave up all of my samurais and things like that a long time ago. Got a wee offer to lose for £60 the other day, and I just decided, well, why not? Why not?
Stuart, I get what you're saying, Stuart, but it's a High Court ruling that says that has decided that the communal area is not a public place. Therefore, you know, a High Court can't be overturned by anybody else. So that has to be the fact.
Can I just send you this judgment? Can I just send you the judgment? And all you have to read is paragraph. I think it's paragraph 15 and paragraph 16. It's only literally about 10 sentences long. Read it out to him.
Chuck it in his private chat.
I can't. It won't let me post links in this chat.
No, in the private chat. In the private chat on
StreamYard. StreamYard's private chat.
Yeah, but
StreamYard will. Okay, we'll just send it without the HTTP www. Send it without that.
All right.
Hi, Roger. Nice to see you doing well, lad.
Bobby.
Hi, Angela. How you doing?
I'm alright, thank you. How are you?
Hi, Ro. Hiya.
All right, man.
All right, buddy.
No, I can't. I've got because I've downloaded it and I need to try and upload it.
Wait, TC, you see if you actually bring up the page on the screen.
I'll tell you what, Dan. I'll tell you what.
Highlight the words, copy it, and then paste it in the chat.
No. Tell you what, Dan. You ready?
Go on.
Share.
Where?
There you go.
Where?
I've shared the screen. Click to view the screen.
It's not showing my end yet.
StreamYard.
I should try to do it in fucking Discord.
Screen share. It will now. Read 14 and 15.
Can you make it bigger? I can't see it.
Yes, I can.
That's what she said.
Read 14, hang on. Read 14 and 15.
Takes a bit more than a click of a button.
Show you that a communal area is not a public place.
Okay, just slide the slider across to the right a little bit. Right, that's it. Accordingly, while I entirely understand what a district judge found he did in the clear and cognate case, as stated, I'm driven to the conclusion that it was not open to him on the material before him to find the knives that the appellant was carrying had been in his possession in a public place. I would accordingly remit the case with direct direction to acquit. And can you just show us what it was for?
Hold on.
Hiya, AJ. Hiya, Sarah.
Stuart Gibbons in the side chat just asked what case was it?
The High Court is a proper judgment that you're reading.
Yeah. The charges go up one. It tells you the charges resulted from an altercation in the reception area of a Bow hostel to which the appellant had been living for some months. He returned there 22nd December 2003 and found that his room had been burgled. He put a bread knife in a kitchen knife in his pockets, made an angry scene in the reception area and was finally locked out from the area which I will call the forecourt of the hostel. Two constables who had been observing him escorted him back in and searched him. They found the knives which he advanced to no lawful excuse or reason to having on him. He told the police, in fact, he was looking for the offender with them. Single issue was whether he had them in a public place described in the charges outside. Right, okay.
So do you agree?
Yeah, so,
that a reception area is a public place? Or is the courts wrong?
Well, we know they have been at times, and we know they've illegally backed the police and things as well.
Right. The thing is, if you get found guilty of it in the lower court, you simply go to the High Court and get something like this given to you. It is not a public place. Now, I've got plenty of appeal up for you to sit and read through. Plenty of them, all to do the same thing, public places.
Yeah, TC.
All to do with public places, all being squashed.
Right, TC, correct me if I'm wrong here, right? You said a reception area is a public place. I would say no, because it's open to the public at certain times of the day. But other times it's closed off.
A reception area is not a public place. The
No,
court judgment.
that's what I'm saying. So hold on, if you let me get to that point. It's closed off to the public during certain times. Hence, it's not public all of the time. If it was a public place, it would be accessible to the public at all times. But because it's closed,
that's not how it works on it.
Yeah, but because it's closed off, then
if you was to be caught with a knife in a shop, you were caught with a knife in a public place. Even though a shop might shut at 10 o'clock at night, it's still a public place.
Is that not technically a private place?
The reason how they define what's public and what isn't is if it's got controlled access.
Like
Scott, he needs a key fob to get into his flats. That is controlled access.
Right.
That isn't open for you or me to go and walk in willy-nilly.
Stuart, listen, absolutely, mate. And we don't mind having these discussions whatsoever. No, nobody's digging at you for your interpretation or having a go at you or anything like that. And we appreciate this kind of a debate. Lots of people do new things because somebody's brought something up. So fair play to you for bringing it up. And there's no need to apologise. It's all good. We're all adults here, especially when I turn off the non-subscribers coming into the chat. That's when it starts getting a bit out of hand. But fair play
Can I
to
ask
you.
a question to the panel, please, Dan?
Yeah, can do. Yeah, of course you can.
What's your thought about the programme the BBC put out about the SAS in Afghanistan? And the
I've not seen it.
I've not seen it.
I don't watch any of that BBC shite, so is it recent or what?
It was the SAS. Did you reckon the SAS that was killing? No, it's the Taliban.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, the SAS wasn't in Afghanistan. It was the SBS. So they got it wrong.
It's the Australian one,
what pisses me off about the BBC.
I'm going to share you
well, as the fucking BBC would expect.
I'm sorry, let me just do this. I'm going to share the screen again, right, Dan? And this one makes it crystal clear. Everyone can perfectly understand this. There you go.
Just saying,
to read.
What do you expect, Bobby? As a fucking BBC, they're not going to be right, the assholes. I'd rather watch it.
What?
Right, yeah. Okay.
You got immunity. Well, we've got immunity underneath the what's it called?
Right. Sorry. Defendant's conviction for possessing a bladed article in a public place was quashed on the grounds that the landing of a block of residential flats where the appellant had been drunk and disordered, which access was restricted to residents and their lawful visitors, was not a public place. Okay, fair play, fair enough. That's that's. I think that doesn't leave anything to the imagination, does it? That particular ruling.
No, it doesn't. And that's what I'm saying. Whether Scott had got his bollocks out or not, right? Which like I said, I ain't saying he hasn't, but whether Scott had got his tattle out or not, on the landing, it cannot be done for a indecent exposure in a public place because it's not a public place.
Can you find me any cases about drunk off-duty officers putting themselves on duty to then arrest someone that they've assaulted?
Yes, actually, there was a one not long ago during the pandemic. It was a drunken officer had followed some young girl home and grabbed hold of her. And she was a police officer and everything, and tried to arrest her. He ended up being prosecuted and jailed for it.
Can you send that to Dan? Or put it in your Discord?
Yeah.
Because do you know that, like, the case that I'm on about at the moment, that was where, like, the off-duty officer didn't know he was off-duty, reverse headbutted me, the pussy, but then, like, he obviously grabbed hold of me and punched me and everything, and then he put himself on duty to arrest me for assault PC. I was then charged with just being assault, like, but not on a PC, to a non-person. So therefore, they deemed him as not being on duty at that time. Therefore, my arrest was then surely a non-arrest like kind of thing, because
What I understand then, Angela, is regardless whether the person was drunk or not, is what he was charged with assault of a police officer while lawfully executing his duty. Is that correct?
no, he wasn't lawfully doing no duty.
No, that's what you was charged with.
No, it was just for assault. No, just assault PC.
That's what
No, just assault PC. That's what I was arrested for, and I was charged with assault of a person, assault or battery, whatever it was.
They nicked her for assault of a copper, and then they changed it to just an assault, basically.
But it was an off-duty officer that put himself on duty when he realised what he'd done. But he never declared himself to be an officer. He'd never assaulted me, or even it was like proper like going at me. And he never was doing it to arrest me or to try and detain anyone else or anything like that. It was just being a complete prick. And then when officers arrived, he then arrested me, but by putting himself on duty at that point.
But he was drunk, wasn't he?
But the thing is, he was drunk. He was drunk. Therefore,
So
he's breaching. Therefore, if anything, is breaching code of conduct for the police.
One question. I need to ask you a question, Angela. Before you assaulted him or allegedly assaulted him, did you fear for your safety?
I never assaulted him.
No, it's irrelevant. That's what I'm asking you. Before you assaulted him or allegedly assaulted him, did you fear for your safety? Did you think he was going to attack you?
No, he attacked me.
Right, so therefore, then I will give you
self-defense.
crystal clear that you are well within your right to defend yourself. Now, whether
And
or not,
that's regardless if he's a cop or not. It's self-defense.
Whether and this actually is to do with police officers, by the way. I'll give you half a dozen judgments about that, where they've been charged for assault of a police officer, being found guilty in the lower court, and being found innocent in the higher courts.
But I wasn't charged with assault on a police officer though, because they deemed him then obviously as not being a police officer. My point is then my arrest then would not be valid, would it?
I understand that. Listen, I understand that he was a police officer and all the rest of it, but to make it crystal clear, does it matter whether it's a police officer, a fire engine, or Dan? It doesn't matter.
No, it does, because if he was drunk and then he's arrested me.
What she's saying now, sorry, Angela. What she's saying now, because you've got your incident of assault. Okay, you've got that. You've also got the fact is that the copper, the bloke was pissed at the time whilst he assaulted her. Okay, and then he said afterwards to protect his own arse, he turned round and said that he was a copper and he was trying to arrest her. Okay, so that was his defence as for going hands on, that he was a copper and he was trying to arrest her, but he was pissed. Any pissed copper shouldn't be arresting anybody that breaches it. They can't be on duty while they're pissed. Okay, or even had a drink, whether they're pissed or not, they can't be on duty. Okay, therefore he can't be in the execution of his duties at that particular time anyway, because he was pissed, and a pissed copper can't be on duty.
I understand that, but the point I'm making is, right, there's actually 2 points here. One, for him to actually lay hands on her lawfully, he'd have had to actually physically say to her, I am arresting you for X, Y, or Z. If he'd never said that, the second he lays hands on her, she's well within her rights to kick fuck out of him. And I'll give the judgment to you for you to pass over to her. That makes that crystal clear.
Yeah, it's been to that, but I would have been found not guilty in the Court of Appeal.
I'll sling you another judgment over, Dan, for her, where in a similar situation, where some bloke had broken an ashtray in a pub, and he'd moved from that pub to a different pub, and some police officers went looking for him, and they knew it was a guy, but they didn't even say out to him. They just grabbed hold of him. The guy spun around and knocked fuck out the copper. He was found guilty in the lower court, but because the coppers didn't say, we are arresting you on suspicion of X, Y, or Z, the High Court squashed the conviction and stated the police officer was the one committing the assault.
I think I've always been to like the appeals court and been found guilty. I think my point was though, like obviously because we're going for the civil claim now, and we've got protective proceedings up until October, and so obviously we're finding points in where they've fucked up, and obviously it goes from the very beginning of where he just went out basically because he was just wanting to fight. He's very aggressive. He's very small, and he obviously thought he needed to prove himself for whatever reason. And he admits to punching me like 7 times to the face and head. He admits on body cam that he had knocked me out. He admits on body cam that he assaulted me. And on CCTV, you can see that he does a reverse headbutt on me. Not in any way telling me that he's a police officer. No, then I found out he was a police officer right at the very end when he came over to arrest me. No one else in that vicinity heard that he was a police officer apart from one person who stepped in and said, like, you can't do that to her. And then he headbutted him and said, you better back off. I'm an off-duty officer. He turned around to someone else and said that he was an undercover cop and to back off. That's whilst he was, like, assaulting me. It wasn't, none of it was to arrest me. None of it. It wasn't to try and arrest me, to detain me, because he would have had to have stated he was a police officer at that point, and he didn't.
Right, I understand that, Angela. And I'll also dig the judgments out that make it crystal clear that you don't have to wait to be assaulted before you can actually defend yourself with violence.
Yeah, no, that's what she means. She's already said it's been to the High Court and it's been quashed. The whole that whole thing has been quashed. What the point is now is she's going for a civil claim. She's going for a civil claim against them now. And what she's trying to point out, what she wants to point out, or needs evidence.
That was made. The publicity alarm went off. Sorry.
A pissed copper cannot be on duty.
No, he can't. He can't. And that one that I was on about, the copper, it literally only just. Well, he was still a probationary police officer when he did what he did. And I will dig it out for you, and I'll sling it your way, Dan, and you can pass it over to her.
Hey, with all this discussion, I got a bit lost. Angela, please, can you let me know what your actual question was?
My actual question was about if a drunk officer arrests me for assault PC, but then when I'm then charged with just assault on him as a person and not a police officer or emergency worker, surely then that arrest, they will deem him, because when they looked at the charges, they've looked at, like, if they believe that it was assault PC, like the arrest was, they would then see, they've looked and thought that it can't be assault PC because it doesn't warrant it, because they've then deemed him as not being a police officer at the time. So therefore, if he's arrested me as a police officer,
well, I think it will come down to it would be done as a citizen's arrest rather than a police officer arresting you, since he was not on duty and was drinking.
Yeah, but then he used his police power, abused his police powers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about on paper.
Yeah, they, as I said, Angela, he cannot have been on duty because he was drunk. Therefore, and this is why, you know, we've spoken about this before. This is why I think they've turned around and changed it from assault a police officer to like common assault or whatever it was, because they know if they'd have turned around and said assault PC, that would then indicate that he was on duty at the time, which he couldn't have been because he was pissed. And therefore, he would have got in shit for that, being on duty whilst putting himself on duty whilst drunk. He cannot do that. That's a breach of profession. That's a breach of code of conduct, professional standards for the police. So it'd be fucked over that anyway. Which is why I think they've turned around and said, right, well, we can't do a for assault PC, which they would do because they'd want to charge you with the biggest thing that they can. But if they'd have done that, they'd have stitched themselves up.
It's the same they do with the auditors and filmers. That they've always got a backup offence to call up on.
Oh, it's fucking Section 5 or some shit, terrorism, and you know.
So I think on paper, at least, it would be down as like a citizen's arrest until, say, a uniformed police officer came.
He said that
he was the one that arrested.
Some rules and whatever, and I'm under arrest. It didn't caution me though because he was too drunk, but it arrested me according to the phone records and 999 calls. He said that he'd arrested me already once. He said that they were being surrounded by a hostile crowd at the point he was having an epileptic fit, and someone else was on 999 because the same, like, obviously operators saying that was having a seizure because he'd knocked me unconscious, and he was making out at the same time that it was all kicking off and he needed immediate assistance because two officers had been assaulted. He said that he'd made an arrest and he didn't. It was only when uniformed officers arrived that one of the sergeants turned around and asked if I'd been assaulted. He turned around and went, yes, I'm in. And then at that point he came over to me, you can see on CCTV and body cams come over, and he said that, and that was under arrest for assault. It
was the pissed copper that actually arrested you, wasn't it, Angela?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so which
you're breaking up a little bit.
Even though that was
so it was an unlawful. At the end of the day, it was an unlawful arrest because he was pissed and he couldn't have been on duty. Therefore, he couldn't have arrested you.
Therefore,
what I'm talking about, though, is how they justify it on paper, not what actually happened.
Oh yeah, we all know they've got fucking get out clauses all over the place, haven't they?
Yeah, so on paper it would be, it down as a citizen's arrest until the uniformed officers arrived, and they would then take over and be the arresting officer.
It doesn't matter. She's won that case. She's trying a civil case against a police officer. Angela,
but it
we
would
got
also
witnesses to say that he struck first.
Yeah, I've got CCTV evidence and everything. But
there you go.
Yeah, you've got everything you need.
That's all you need.
With regards to the citizen's arrest, arresting, not all jokes. But what I'm getting at is that it needs to be an indictable offence.
So,
which for what was going on, it wasn't an indictable offence at that time. She hadn't done anything. All she'd done is tried to grab the guy and pull it. Did you try to grab the guy and pull him off? Didn't you?
Well, yeah, because it was him. First of all, to begin with, he was just, like, trying to fight this other guy, and I was like telling him to stop it because this other guy would have killed him, literally. Yeah. And so I was like telling him to stop. And like, the judge,
I'd have let him carry on in that case.
and this guy did grab my throat, and then he punched me, and then I was telling him to stop it and to back off, and I was just trying to pull him backwards, to stop him, like, because someone else had got in between him and this other guy. And as I was doing that, he had his arms free and everything, and then like Joe twisting around and everything, then he just did a reverse headbutt on me, and then he ran off to the corner like to ring 999, and I was like, tell them the truth, what you've just done. And then next minute he grabbed my throat again, and then he punched me like twice in the face. Some other guy stepped in, and that's when he went and headbutted him and said to him that he was an off-duty cop and he'll get arrested or something like that.
Well, if that's all on camera and on CCTV,
it's all on camera, all of it.
No way a court could deny what he did.
No, the thing is though, it did. It went to court, and I got found guilty because they only.
The judge was as corrupt as the police.
In the lower court.
I got found guilty in the lower court. My fucking solicitor was like a womble. I'm not even kidding. But then when I appealed it, the judge turned around and it was a 2-day trial. And on the second day, it was like where they were like, I was the one that they were talking to. But one of the other officers that was there, the other off-duty officer, was honest and like said exactly how many had to drink and basically tried to redeem himself, I think. But like, also his own statement said something off duty officer. He's lied, and you can see where he's lied all the way through. And in the courts, and every time he's been in court, he said a different story, like each time. So he's just fucked himself over there. And then on the second day, my barrister got told to just stop questioning me for a minute, and then he turned around and asked the CPS how long they wanted to question me and what they wanted to ask me. And then she was reading off all this stuff, and he was just like, "You've got 20 minutes, that's it, because it's clear what's happened here. It's clearly a malicious prosecution on behalf of the police for one of their own." And I was like, "Huh?" And then my barrister turned around and said something about I would be spitting feathers. I was like, "You be doing what?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm spitting feathers if you don't win this case." Because he said in all of his 50 years doing what he does, I don't think he was 50. I don't think he's that old, but anyway, he said that he's never been told to stop examining his own client. And then I won my appeal. So,
yeah, Stuart, that's exactly what I'm talking about earlier about Section 26.
Yeah.
There is nobody that I know of in the 3 years that I've been running this channel that has been done under Section 26. No, I have not reported, because if I had, I would have put it in the tags, so I'd be able to search it in my back office. There is nobody that has been done under Section 26. Okay, and that is one of the issues that we've got here. The police will not use the legislation that is designed to be used against them, and they will use the lesser legislation that is designed for the general public against themselves. But the thing that Angela's getting at is obviously she's been found not guilty in the higher court, but because she's going through the private prosecution, I think what she's trying to find out is some actual facts or some legislation that says a copper cannot put himself on duty if he's pissed and then arrest somebody, because that would obviously massively go in Angela's favour when it goes to court for the same. I say that they can't. Now that's not based on legislation as such, because I'd need to look it up to get the exact words and whatnot. But what I do know is that the police, their own code of conduct, their own professional standards prevents them from being on duty if they've had a drink. Therefore, he could not have been on duty and could not have arrested you. Therefore, it was a false arrest in the first place. The entire arrest procedure wasn't followed properly. He was unlawfully arrested, unlawfully detained, maliciously charged, and the police have covered it up quite clearly.
Yeah, the police were thinking about from the professional standards, and they were in reference to the things that we did on post.
Angela, did you get any doctor's reports or hospital reports on your injuries that he caused you?
Yeah, well, because I had 2 seizures at the scene, and then they put me, I'm swearing, in the back of a dog van, but obviously it wasn't. But they were taking me up to Chesterfield Hospital. No, Chesterfield Police Station, sorry. And on the way there, I had another seizure, and then I was admitted to A&E. And then from there,
so you've got a record of your injuries then?
Yeah. They said that I had a minor traumatic brain injury, but then they released me back into custody, and I stayed in the cells for about 9 hours. They checked on me twice.
Jesus.
They wouldn't let me have my medication. Obviously, when you have a seizure, you wet yourself, do you know what I mean? And so they didn't let me have a change of clothes. They didn't let me have my medication. They didn't give me any food, nothing at all. And they reckon I was seen by a healthcare professional, which wasn't. But they've lost all the footage from the custody suite.
That's fucking convenient.
Remember, just because they haven't got evidence to prove that they did not follow procedure doesn't mean that they did not follow procedure. No. Remember, they need to prove that it's their job to prove that they did everything right. By losing that footage, by not having that footage, doesn't prove that they was in the right.
I think we do have the footage, though. I think we do have it from when the case first began. I'm pretty sure my solicitor got it as part of the initial, the criminal case to begin with. I think they requested it. So,
see you later, Kaz. Thanks for jumping on, Kaz. Thanks for joining the members as well. Much appreciated.
Nick
So,
does.
yes, so they've literally got no evidence. They've got no evidence, or they're saying they've got no evidence either way. Okay, which means that
They've got evidence of not giving me clues, is Dad.
Yeah, but I mean they've lost the custody footage, is what you're saying. They've
Yeah.
probably got footage, they've got footage from the cells, have they? But not the custody footage.
No, they reckon they've got nothing of anything. I'll
So
find
they've
that
got
out.
them on incompetence as well.
But again, the lack of evidence isn't lack of what's the word I'm thinking of? Isn't lack of
The lack of evidence isn't a lack of evidence.
Still stored in hard drive.
Basically, if they can't produce the evidence to state that that's not what they did, then the likelihood what you're saying they did will be believed. And that is basically
Danny,
how it
isn't
works.
that still stored in their hard drive?
Yeah.
Stuart, you absolutely. That's it. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate that. Sorry. What was you saying, boys?
Is it not still stored in their hard drive, whether it goes missing or not?
Well, it should. I mean, they say they can recover footage from people's phones.
Can I just give Angela a really good point?
Exactly.
Can I just give
Danny,
Angela
it was
a really
actually
good
the
point?
police ombudsman. It was actually the police
Anything's
ombudsman that stated that clear to me. That even if it's deleted within inside the month, it is stored in their hard drive.
Well, it depends how hard they try to get rid of it.
Right, Angela, do the same as I did, right? Just put in a Freedom of Information request and ask a specific questions. Ask if the custody suite cameras was working on a certain date, and if not, who was the person that repaired them and how much it cost. Right? Now, if they're saying it wasn't working, don't worry about that, because your Freedom of Information request will come back saying it was or it wasn't. Now, if it wasn't working, it will tell you who it was that repaired them and how much. Now, believe me, it's well worth doing this.
Okay, yeah, well.
It's well worth doing that. What that does is it catches them out in a lie.
Bearded vet. The police don't have to put themselves on duty to arrest someone. A warrant gives them the power to arrest any time. I understand that, and you're right. But as soon as they say they're arresting you, they are then bound by the codes of practice and everything else that they are under whilst they're on duty. The same, they've got codes of conduct that they have to activate outside work and inside work. But there's also, but this basically covers them as being, sort of copies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Dan, am I right in saying that even if you make a citizen's arrest, you are supposed to declare to the person that you're intending to detain that you are making a citizen's arrest?
Yes.
Yes. If you don't, then it's just an assault. If you don't, it's just an assault.
Yeah.
Plus, if you don't call the police, if you detain somebody and you don't call the police, that's also, even if it's under a citizen's arrest, that also then doesn't become a citizen's arrest. It's an assault again, because there's a process.
Detention.
Yeah, there's a process to follow under citizen's arrest, and that is to pass that person on to a uniformed police constable to take charge of. And if you don't do that, then it's not a citizen's arrest. Therefore, it would be an assault or unlawful detention or whatever you want to call it, kidnap, whatever,
Right. Basically, I will dig the judgments out for you, and they actually make it very clear. A police officer or anybody else that intends to arrest someone has to tell them that they are intending to arrest them. Without saying them words, becomes an assault, and they're the ones that are committing a criminal offence. Now, I know it's not to do with drink. It's irrelevant whether it's got out to do with drink or not. That part's irrelevant. What's very relevant is the actual judgment that makes it crystal clear that if a police officer walks up to you and grabs you without saying that he intends to arrest you, That is an assault.
Let me just draw your attention. Let's just draw your attention to that comment on the screen.
Oh, fuck.
Kudo. Yes.
It was like that one I was talking to back in lockdown. He just looked at me and said, "You're the sort of person that wouldn't piss on one of us if we were burning." I said, "I would if I could piss petrol."
Yeah, that's right. No.
I agree. I agree.
So, and Stuart's also Stuart Gibbons has also said, don't forget you can only sit and arrest someone for an indictable offence, which is what I was saying earlier. At the relevant time, Angela hadn't committed any offence. What she was trying to do, which is all of our duty, okay, is number one, to prevent a breach of the peace. Okay, number two, to protect our fellow human beings, our brothers and sisters.
Yeah, prevent loss or harm.
So therefore, what he was trying to do,
peacemaker. I hate violence. I hate it.
As a member of the public, okay, defending yourself, okay, isn't just defending yourself. Okay, you've got self-defense. Also, if you're trying to defend somebody else, if you fear that somebody else is in immediate threat of physical harm.
I'm sorry, mate. Let me just interrupt you. I'm going to give you the judgment. I'll dig it out for you to read in a minute. Now, answer me this question.
I won't be able to read it because hang on. I won't be able to read it because it's now 1:10 and I've got to go in a minute.
All right, but answer this question: is a mistakable belief a legal excuse? For an assault?
Yes. Yes.
Let me explain, ready? There was a young teenager robbed a woman, and a bloke chased him, grabbed hold of him, and had him on the floor. As another total person that had nothing to do with it or saw what happened, walked around the corner. What he thought was a bloke kicking fuck out of a teenager. So he started kicking fuck out of the bloke.
Yeah.
Did he commit an offence?
No, because he genuinely thought it was an assault at the time. So he didn't commit an offence.
You're correct. And I'll tell you for why. Because he was found guilty in the lower court for it. But the higher court made it crystal clear. A mistaken belief is a legal defence because there was no mens rea involved in it. And for everybody in the audience, what that means, no criminal intent.
Yeah, no premeditation.
No criminal intent.
But TC, there's people who's got immunity for everything. It's underneath an act. If you look on there,
what we need is what they're doing in the States now is withdrawing the police's immunity when they've been out of order.
Yeah. But
that's already been done, Roger. It's already been done. Robson v. the Chief Constable of West Yorkshire went 2018, I think it is. Supreme Court judgment. It went through the High Court, went to the Court of Appeal, who overturned the High Court. So they appealed it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court made it crystal clear that a police officer is liable in his private capacity.
TC, have you ever heard of the Secret Service?
Why don't the lawyers and the use these cases?
I can't hear everybody speaking at once.
Mine does, you know. Mine does.
Have you ever heard of the Secret Service Act 1994, TC?
Yes, I have heard of it.
What could you do in that act?
What do you mean, what can you do with it?
Well, technically, they could burgle your house, kidnap you, torture you, murder you, and get fuck all done to them.
Same as most drug dealers, aren't they? Joking.
Good night, RJ. Thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated.
All right, Nick,
RJ.
Kick him off. You don't want him as a member. Joking, obviously. Don't kill him. Can I just say, the thing in this thing, it has not been possible to review the custody footage of you being booked into custody as your original complaint was made 6 months after your arrest, and the CCTV footage would have been expired.
Right. I just want to, Buster, who are you talking about? Who is it you're talking about, Buster? Let me just address this a minute, guys.
You give this to.
Probably me.
Buster, yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put the names back on, so they are on. So, who is it that you're talking about, Buster?
Night, Sarah.
You need to get rid of that message for the names to show up. Oh, you have. No, you haven't.
No name.
No, it's not responding. You're going to respond, Buster.
There's no names.
You need to take the message off for the names to appear.
I will do. He should have seen the names. It's been. Sorry, mate. I'm slow. What? Well, I'll do that. There's the names. Who was it you was talking about?
You will, RJ.
With dyslexic, but that doesn't stop you calling somebody a tool, though, did it? So, who was you talking about that was a tool? Dyslexia doesn't.
We've all been talking to each other using our names, so dyslexia doesn't even come into it.
Well, it doesn't. Dyslexia doesn't make you call somebody a tool either. So
No.
you've.
Well, it's not necessarily someone on panel. Could have been talking about someone in chat.
No, he's talking about airtime. You give this tool airtime.
Yeah, but you could be posting a message of the person from chat, giving them airtime. But I don't know.
TC's here, but he's asking to come in. I'm confused.
Yeah, no, I didn't realise he'd let me back in.
Oh, you're very confused with that. What's going on? I think it was
I just open up the judgment of Robson so I could send it to Dan to send to you.
Put it in your Discord.
Yeah.
I'm in your Discord as well, you know.
Yeah, I'll put it in there for you. I'll put a link in there for you, Angela.
Thank you very much, sir.
Like I said, it is a long judgment and it is quite complicated. So you might, and this is no disrespect, you may have to read it 2 or 3 times to actually get it to compute what it actually is.
Okay, cool.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to call it, I'm afraid, because it's getting late and I've done nothing for tomorrow and I need to get up at a reasonable time tomorrow to get this shit done.
Yeah, I've been up an hour or so later than I said I was going to.
So,
I'm
up in 5 hours.
Right, I hope it goes well. Yes,
mate. Before you go, what legislation is it to prevent police from seizing your property?
Mobile phone.
It don't know what matter what legislation it is. They'd never take any bloody notice.
It's obviously the Irish side of it, and I'd need to look that up. It's not something that I can think right now, so I'd need to look it up. But I'm presuming it would come under. I mean, depending on what they stop you for or what they try and arrest you for, would depend on. I mean, it would probably all generally come under, as it is here, PACE, the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. But again, if they stop you for a reason, like here, if they stop you under Section 43 of the Terrorism Act, then they're allowed to go through your phone, and there's fucking you can do about it. But then if they want to seize that phone, it would then come under Police and Criminal Evidence Act in order for them to seize it. So I suppose it would be the equivalent of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act here, but I'm not sure what that is in Ireland.
Yeah, it is the equivalent of PACE. So
I suppose that going to get like, I don't know, I don't mean to, but like, I suppose that
Angela, you sound like you're underwater.
I feel like I am. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm going to go and I'll speak to you soon.
See you, Angela. Night.
Night.
Night. I'm not underwater.
Be lucky.
Bye. Take care. Look out. Bye.
Bye. So yeah, so it would obviously be the Irish equivalent to PACE, I would imagine. That covers all of the as far as I'm aware, that covers all of the searches and seizures. But again, depending on which
34 was actually used on a woman's house there.
Night, Stuart.
The what? Say it again.
Nice, Stuart.
Piece like 34 was used on a house there, and they were going after mobile phones, but wrongfully arrested a young lad, released him 2 hours later.
Right.
Well, they were very quick to put that piece out.
I think here you've got something like a section 86 or something. I think it is, again, off the top of my head, this is, but you've got something like a section 86 search, which will allow them to go through your home and look for electronic devices, for example. But then that I believe that only covers the search, not the seizure. I think again the seizure would then come under the police and criminal evidence. I'm talking about UK here, but then the actual seizure would come under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act.
But ain't there a law in place as well that they have to have a court order if they want to remove any information or data?
They're not. Well, I believe they can. I don't think there's a law to say that they can't look for information.
Any film or pictures you took your personal property.
Well, they can't delete them.
No,
they can't delete them, but they can take copies of them.
And
I thought they needed a court order for that.
No, Roger, they don't.
They might tell you they don't.
So, and guys, I'm going to have to wrap this up. I'm really struggling.
Yeah,
now.
my arthritis is giving me shit here across my shoulders.
But
Roger, it's nice to see you do well, lad. Look, you're back well, aren't you?
Everyone who has who's called in, thank you. If you're still watching, everybody who's joined on the panel, thank you again, much appreciated. Including Carol there hiding in the background.
And I'm sorry it was too late coming in. I just got back to Liverpool about 2 seconds before I got in. And the Wi-Fi
No worries. Gacifer, stop being a penis.
Gacifer, the evil twin.
And I would like to say sorry about all the noises from my end. It's just that when I'm on the boat, the Wi-Fi shit and all the equipment, like the water maker, interferes with the service. So sorry about all the interference.
All right, no worries, no problem at all.
And if the radar fucks up at as well, so and that's got to be on 24/7 because there's a
And thank you, sir, very much for having us on as well, and to each and every one of you, thank you very, very much for all the help you all give us as well.
Well, guys, keep up the good work, lad.
Absolute pleasure.
Yourselves.
Do your best, and we will end it with the usual correct here. ACAB.
Right, before you go, if you've got any info on those coppers that you're saying aren't being in the papers, but they're up on charges. If you've got anything you can send me, I'd appreciate that through the Facebook.
We will do that 100% as soon as we get it.
Dan,
no worries. Appreciate that, boys. Thank you.
And before you go,
before
you go, you know that story you put up about the copper? You it's going to tase you. They used to tase you on the fella's balls. Did he actually?
Yeah, he didn't tase him in the balls. He used the taser to hit the bloke in the balls.
Yeah, that's how bright they are. They don't know how to use them properly.
Because I can tell you, without a shadow of doubt, when you get it in
for your head,
you load.
So the story's not quite as shocking as what I first thought. Then.
Yeah, I'll boom.
Well, sorry, if you get it in the bollocks with a taser, you shoot your load. Take it from me.
Kinky.
I always wonder about them wee shockers there in them porn movies.
You want to see the bloody tool they use that to do with balls with. You wouldn't want that one.
Gotta ask you just one question. Do you feel lucky, Spunk?
Dan, before I go, do I just jump in Discord and your face? I can just give you this stuff.
Thank you.
Right, no worries. All right, Tony.
Hey,
Boys,
Cab.
take it easy over there.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Cab.
Right. See you soon, Cab.
Right,
See you
I'm
soon.
out of here as well, guys. I'm
Roger.
sleep here. So
Good night,
take
mate.
care. Good night to
Good night,
everybody
Roger.
in the
Nice to
chat.
see you,
Hopefully
Alan.
we'll see you all in the week or next week.
Definitely.
Right.
Take it
I've
easy,
only
Roger.
got less than 4 hours sleep left.
Good night, mate.
Roger.
No, Rod.
Hey, buddy.
Night, guys.
Yeah, I'm off, Dan. I got
I'm
operation
off, Dan.
in the morning. Catch you later, guys.
No worries. Listen, I hope it goes well, Gacifer.
Yeah, you won't see this bit of the arm next week, right?
Whose ass is
They
that guy taking it?
they're either amputating it or it's going to be down your trousers. Is that what you're saying?
No, they're supposed to be locking the elbow up bent, so I can't
Right.
use it. So I don't know. I'll
No
catch you
worries.
next week.
You
guys.
would see it. It's got up some poor bastard's
Oh,
ass.
Good night, mate.
I'm a left-handed
Good night,
wanker anyway.
Good night, TT. Good
Night,
night,
guys.
Dan.
Good night, mate. Good night, mate.
Good night, Joe Black.
Good night, Bobby. Take it easy. Take it easy. Right. Good night, everybody else that's in the chat. Thanks again for joining us, and I will see you all in tomorrow's videos. Mouse, you can ask me a quick question if you want to quickly. All right, let me just see what Mickey Mouse wants to ask me.
Right.
Here we go. I knew that was coming.
Definitely getting towards time to shut it down if you're yawning like that.
10 more minutes. I can't, honestly, Mickey Mouse, I can't do 10 more minutes. It's not just that I'm tired. This is part of my ill health, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? And the longer I put it off, if I get through this part, if I push myself through this tiredness, then I'm going to end up being up, and I'm not going to be able to get to sleep. And then tomorrow I'm going to be a mess.
Yeah. Plus his Hoover is waiting for him.
If it was just from being tired because I've had a busy day, completely different. But this unfortunately is part of me symptoms from having those strokes. So I'd love to stay on a bit longer. I would, you know, I like talking. These things normally go on for hours, but I genuinely can't, mate. But listen, I appreciate you being a subscriber and a follower and part of the community. Thank you. Genuinely appreciate it. Everybody else in the chat, I will see you in tomorrow's videos. Thanks again for joining us this evening. Look after yourselves, and I'll see you soon.
Good night, everyone.
Discord's on.